Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Brother Muaba Bey.
Yay,
All rights
yay.
reserved. All rights reserved, of course. Of course, it is 4/9/2023 Gregorian calendar, right? So that'll be April 9th, right? And this is AstroCivics Sunday number 25, right? We got a whole quarter of 100 in, right? So we're at like the one-fourth way mark to 100 videos, right? We're gonna get there eventually.
But no,
I
right?
am obviously here with my magnificent bro, and he is
Namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey here in Morocco at northwest of Mexham. How are you? Let's get
Islam.
it.
Leaving the European here long enough to teach ye government, part 4, right? Part 4.
Is it part 4? It might be part 5.
Oh, is it? No, I think you're right. It might be part 5, but the chat says 4. But now that you say it, I think it is 5.
Wow. So that means I'll go and edit the title anyway.
Okay.
That's what I'm about to do anyway. Edit that joint. But yeah, I think it's 5, man.
Islam, supreme honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, right? Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, the Holy Prophet, right? Divinely prepared by the great God Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways, and to get the people to repent from their sinful ways, right? Because again, sin is without, you know what I mean? And a lot of the answers are actually within. So, you know, we got to stop looking outside of ourselves. We got to worship under our own vine and fig tree as the divine instructions teach us. I want to actually bring up a portion of the Circle 7 of the Holy Quran, divinely prepared by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And I wanted to take a look at actually chapter 47. If you look at chapter 47, which is Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa, and you go to so that would be chapter 47, right? Verse 6. So 47 verse 6, right? It says the Moabites from the land of Moab who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. All right. When you're reading this, you got to read this with metaphysics in mind. You got to read this with geography in mind. You got to read this with jurisprudence in mind, because they're all connected. You got to read this with astromasonics in mind. It is all connected. They were the founders. Let me go back. The Moabites from the land of Moab who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, which is northwest of Mexham, okay, which is North America contemporarily, right? The North Gate, astromasonically speaking, right? Or in your astrological ciphers, right? They were the founders and true possessors, Moabites. They were the founders and true possessors, right? So they got the possessory rights there, right? Of the present Moroccan Empire. That doesn't say past. That doesn't even say ancient, even though we know it's ancient. But it's just letting you know that it's present, okay? With their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan, seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across the great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands. All right, that's North, South, Central America, and all adjoining islands, as well as Northeast and Southwest Africa, right? That's what they're saying, the dominion. That's what the prophet, that's the information that the prophet left us, so that we could go back to that mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers by knowing we're not alone. We're a part of the present Moroccan Empire, right? And our ancient foremothers and forefathers are the founders and holding possessory rights of the present Moroccan Empire. So then if in the same chapter, right, did you want, Islam, you wanted to add something to that?
No, I was just in agreement. I'm like, like just bearing witness to what you're saying. Absolutely.
All right, and then Islam, and then I'm gonna read a little bit more of this because I know there's a lot of people. Hopefully, we get some people to watch this who are coming out of the spells that they've been under for so long. You know, the dogma spells, the labels spells, right? The brands and labels
Oh,
spells.
I will add to your wisdom there because I was just talking to my baby and I was like, because there are a lot of people that are Negro Black colored that are out there that think they're actually doing metaphysics. Whereas I think we are in a position to have a knowledge to a point where we're actually they really can't reach us. So all they can do is only, think they're doing metaphysics to the best of whatever they can do it or however they do it with other Negro Black colors. Do you see what I'm saying? It's, I don't really like to intermingle anyway with anyone that's really not Moorish American. Not like I don't really want to get too close to those types of beings anyway. However, I will say, first and foremost, there are some people and they have to transition. They'll be ones that declare and proclaim their nationality. That'll be great, because there are some Moors out there, right, that already declared and proclaimed nationals. However, they still want to kind of cater to the Negro Black colors and well, those are our people, and we still gotta have a certain sympathy for our people because they don't know. And me, I'm in my mind, I'm like, well, okay, well, maybe that's your department, I guess. Maybe that's what you're to do, because that's not what I'm here for. I'm not. I mean,
the undesirables department.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that's like pre-K, kindergarten shit. Like I'm not dealing with pre-K and kindergarten. I mean, when I am, it's dealing with children. That's why there's an astrology coloring book. That's why there's Astrology Street with Brother Hasan on YouTube. Like, I don't think, I need to, and if anything else, like I said, when we're doing what we're doing, we're speaking to those that are sincerely studying, that are adept, so to speak,
minded,
or at least on their path and continuing to correct their concepts. Because there's at some, I'm just going to say it, even though there are elders that we respect, we're ancients return. And they're going to be youth that, come after us, that when they have unrelations, we're going to sharpen our know-how and make sure we sharpen ourselves, because just because one may be so-called younger than the elder doesn't mean that the youth are not here to teach the elders.
Exactly.
Because the elders can only take you so far. And there's going to come a time when I'm an elder and I'm going to sit there and listen to someone who's a youth and be like, okay, now that completes. I just, trust that I'm open-minded enough to continue to grow and study. You know what I mean? However, I will say we're definitely not here for the Negro Black colors. We're definitely not. Nor are we trying to offend them either. That's why it's like, we're not even really talking to you. So if you're within earshot and you get upset about that and you want to judge it a certain way, that's on you. That's not on us. We've already fully disclosed. I don't know if the fezzes didn't give it away, but that should probably let you know we're not Negro Black colored. Just the fezzes alone should let you know that we're not Negro Black colored. I don't know any other way to say it. We're not undesirables. We're not catering to the Negro Black colors. I mean, I just don't know.
I just seen I wish I could remember. I think it was a bank, actually. I think it was a bank. It was like a bank commercial, and they were saying something about teaching colored people how to do something. Like, whoa, this commercial is discriminatory. Like, how are you posting commercials saying you're going to teach colored people stuff when there's no such beings on the planet? Like, are you trying to shove somebody into a category of enslavement? And it's like, man, and people just eat that shit up all day. You know what I mean? I did want to add that if they don't, when you were speaking earlier about the beings who cater to, they want to cater to the Negroes, blacks, colors. Not only that, I'm seeing that they want to cater to the overall energy and, you know, principles that delude to slavery. They want to cater to that whole energy, not, you know, necessarily the beings themselves, but just the energy. You know what I mean? Like, they could be nationalized and, you know, just never wear a fez, or you know,
they still want to fit in. They still want to be cool. And I think that's ridiculous. That's really retarded, actually. But, you know, some people want to feel like, yeah, man, I don't want to be totally out there and out of touch with the people. Like, you're not out there and out of touch with the people when you're being, what's that? We're being ourselves. That's right. When you're being yourself, it doesn't matter what people think. However, if you're concerned about the public opinion, then maybe you shouldn't be Moorish American and you should be Molech American.
Man, look, you take the thought right out of my brain, because it was like the other point I wanted to hit to add on to what you were saying earlier is we're not Molech worshipers. So correct. We're not, you know what I mean? We don't, if you get offended or whatever, if you feel disrespected, which is funny because most of these people, they don't want no smoke. They don't even want to study. Like, when I say smoke, I don't mean it like in a bad way, like we're coming at you, you know, some type of way. But I mean, like, as far as like trying to prove what we're saying wrong, like, nobody really wants to even try to take it there, because we're gonna sit down, like, we're not gonna argue, we're not gonna yell back and forth. We're gonna sit down and go to the documentation. There's really nothing else to speak about after that, because, you know, there's no European politician on TV saying that there's not a Moroccan Empire. We actually have congressional records to show you that there was, obviously, there's been not just congressional records. We could probably show you world records that these European powers have been in, you know, political relations with the Moroccan Empire for a long time. Several European nations, Christian nations, as they may say in some of these documents. So it's not a matter of, I don't like these Moors because, you know, they're rude or whatever. No, it's that we're telling the truth. You're running from the truth and you want to try to maintain your existence and keep your clout and your image up in that false paradigm is what you guys are trying to do. While they're ready, you know, these beings who are occupying the Maghreb are ready to put you on a, you know, they're ready to, you know, engineer further your chattel system that they got set up for you guys, who are really just human chattel, right? They're ready to move you guys towards like an intangible currency that is just going to further put you know, put you guys in a very, very you know, oppressive situation. And that's why the prophet told you years ago, dozens of years ago, he told you to repent. So let me finish this chapter here from where I was at. I finished reading 6 and 7, but I think these next few ones is really going to kind of speak to what we were saying, and the whole reason why Noble Drew Ali actually came to the Moors first, right? Being a universal prophet. So chapter 47, verse 8, the river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade. And that just makes me think of Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, and how Congress wants to regulate commerce. But our ancient foremothers and forefathers were digging up, they were creating rivers so that they can do trade. So again, everything they got is from the Moors. They know this. They worship and practice in secret. They rule you in you know in open. You know,
Mhm.
and I mean, what can we say? Like, you know, it's not a secret, really. When I say it's in secret, it's really not a secret. You know what I mean? There's pictures of them online wearing fezzes and shit, paying tribute. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But the undesirables, again, the undesirables is a different story. So the it's saying here that, let's see, also the Niger River was dredged by the pharaohs, the great pharaohs of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward from the river Nile westward across the great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation. Look at that. Trade and transportation, which again is commerce, which again they learned from the Moors. Number 9. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan.
Let me impart some wisdom there with your wisdom, if you don't mind.
Islam.
Any more within earshot of that? And I think we need to read that at the end. We're going to read this again before we close out.
Islam.
Any more that does not, I repeat, does not comprehend that at all, are they really Moorish American? Can they read? Yeah, you see, people have been offended, gotten offended, and I can hear it even in their voice when I say the Negro black colors are not our people. Man, you know what I mean, man. They, they just don't know. They're not our people. They don't exist. There's no true and divine record pertaining to the human race that records these beings ever. You're gonna disrespect truth and divinity?
Yikes.
All for what? All for all because you don't want to let the dead bury the dead?
Mm.
Remember, if you can't show them that they're not black by taking them to simple etymology, conversation's over.
Yeah, you know, yeah, there's a blockage somewhere. There's something's going on with their receptors and their you know, nervous system, you know, that allows their minds to internalize and grasp, right? What's actually going on. I think people just need to they just need to stick along for the ride and just, you know, keep studying. It's just, other than that, you know, they could just stay from around us, because at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're empowering ourselves and empowering others in these times when people are being weak. People are so weak, you know, and like you know, that letter from the prophet saying they're trying every weak mind. You know what I mean? They're trying every weak mind.
Just to make sure, that's chapter 47, verse 9, or degree 47, minute 9. Please.
Think about that. Think about
please.
that number.
Yeah. 47 is divinely is 11. That's a master spiritual number, and then 9 is completion. That's
And it's the ninth. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ninth. It's the 9th of April. April's the 4th. It's the
Mm-hmm.
9th, right? And then this is AstroCivics Sunday 25, which is 7. So that's the 4 and the 7 and the 9 all together.
2023 is a 7 also.
And we're looking at number 9, particularly
Mm-hmm.
in 2023 Islam.
4/9, 2023, and we're looking at 47/9. Same numbers.
According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, colored race attached to the human family. And you know
that shit again, bro. I don't think they heard you in the I want to still be cool with my people's corner in the back. They not your fucking people. Y'all need to really get that shit in your head. Stop sympathizing with them. You're bringing yourself down.
Mhm. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, Black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the holy land of Canaan. And can you go up real quick to number 3, so we can just kill this Ethiopian shit too? No disrespect to the Moors who are terming themselves Ethiopians, but just
They're
to
idiots. I know.
just to
Malika said the other day, "You're so harsh." They're idiots,
yeah.
and I'm
And
saying that respectfully and
I talked
lawfully.
to a Moor at the Abyssinian joint, and I was like, and I was telling them, you know, that that it was Abyssinia before it was Ethiopia. You can guess what he said? He said, "It's still Abyssinia." I
Of
said, "I
course it
know."
is.
I said, "I know exactly." I said, "Exactly." Well, most people would have said, you know, no, it's Ethiopia now. Well, I mean, that's what they're calling it today, but those people don't know. His father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem. It's a basically a border. You calling yourself a border? You calling yourself a geographical demarcation line?
It's like the line where you say, "This my side, that's your side."
Right. Well, I want to be the side. Instead of having a side, I want to be the side. Like what?
That's correct.
I want to be the line that divides the sides. Yeah.
The dividing line. Where are you from? I'm from the dividing line. I'm a dividing linean.
I'm a dividier. I'm a dividier.
What the fuck? What country are you from? Divided line. Like what? Stop
You
it.
say you from the divine what? No, the divided line. Oh yeah, okay.
Ethiopia, my ass.
Somebody didn't read chapter 47. But his father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, which is what? The first true and divine name of Africa, the dividing of the land between the father and the son.
Yeah, not that continent that they falsely call Africa, which is actually Alkebalon. We're talking
Exactly.
about Amexem, which is now termed America, which is Africa. I
Yes.
know. You guys, I know. Only true and faithful Moors and those that are actually in the craft sincerely in Masonic lodges know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah, we could go back to number 9 though, because I think I wanted to close that one out just to like just really just kind of like hammer in the truth right here. Number 10, what your ancient forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction.
So if there's no Negro, Black, or colored race attached to the human family, and there's no true and divine record of that, you're Moors. You are descendants of ancient Canaanites, Moabites, Hittites. You're not Negro, Black, colored. So stop emotionally attached to some shit that really is, you know what it's going to end in? It's going to end it. This is what I know what happens with the Negro, Black colors that think they're thriving and winning by not declaring and proclaiming their nationality. They're going to fall so hard. And whatever it is they think they're really good at, they're going to be at the pinnacle of whatever the fuck they're doing, and they're going to crash. And then I'm going to sit back and be like, see, told you, see. But man, remember, I don't say I told you, so I just do this.
They're gonna be out here like George. Watch out for that tree.
Okay. But, you know, some people question our character and say we're not pure or sincere because of what we're saying and how we're
beg to differ.
when what we're actually doing is throwing you a fucking life raft. Seriously.
They're not
you ever been a lifeguard
rafts.
before? You ever been a life? I'm just saying, I'm asking the people out there, but you're right, bro. If you've never been a lifeguard before, then you need to probably shut the fuck up Because when you're someone who is a lifeguard, I was a lifeguard at 15 years old. Do you know not only do you have to have your lifeguard buoy, but you have to be strong enough in your mind and in your legs to be able to help someone who can't swim up no matter what weight they are? You think we're out here ready to carry around your dead, drowned weight? Are you fucking kidding me?
Let the
No.
dead every dead and proceed to the following chapter.
It's Islam. Like, come on, man. Like, really? Oh, well, you guys are heartless. You're not thinking about other people that don't know what you know. We're freely sharing the information 4 days out of 7. How much more spoiled can your spoiled ass get? And you're getting it by not even having to reach in your pocket nor your Cash App for it. It's just there on YouTube. And it's hurting your feelings. You're probably supposed to be the dead getting buried by the dead. Or you're the dead burying the dead. Getting offended. And you should not be.
Trying to do an impossible deed. Trying to change man from this descent nature by saying you Negro, black, and colored and shit. And proud. You can't do that. You can't change your descent nature.
Not at all. Your ancient foremothers and forefathers were not.
Matter of fact, this right here, number 11 alone, right? It's you can't come with that gender identity bullshit over with, you know, within this ancient creed. You see what I'm saying? Because there is no one who is able to change man mind from the descendant nature of his forefathers. See what I'm saying? So how you coming out talking about you're changing your descended nature? That doesn't even make sense.
And imagine when policy enforcers run you off the road, try to write you some bill of attainder that they call a citation, complaint, and summons, because that's what it is, or ticket, right? But it is a citation, complaint, and summons.
All in one. They got the package deal.
Exactly. And then they mark you down as a black male or black female. Do you see that?
It's against your religion.
Not only is that against your religion, that's a war claim.
That's against the creator. Look at what it says right here. This says that unless your power extends beyond the great universal creator, Allah himself. So you gotta ask the policy for anybody trying to identify you as something that doesn't exist in any true and divine. Can I get the lawfully promulgated true and divine record that shows that there's a Negro, black, and colored attached to the human family? Case fucking dismissed.
And they call themselves a fraternal order of police. You deserve to have your head chopped off immediately, or your hand, because you used your hand to write that shit, but your mind thought to write it first. So that's why I'm going for the head.
Yes.
However, go ahead, bro. Yeah, number 11, just 9, 10, and 11 is like,
it's like,
where's your disagreement?
Yeah, it's like, hold on. This paper says black male on it. And clearly I had a fez on. Not acting like a Negro, black, and colored when you encountered me. And I just would really like to know what lawfully promulgated true and divine record of the human race are you using to say that one is Negro, black, or color, or is it just the Christian black codes of 1724 that you're going by? I was just curious what law is being exercised here at this venue,
and how often do you declare war, and why is no one chopping you? I mean, hold on, let me grab my scimitar.
Right.
Oh man, oh no, you don't want your head chopped off? Well, I'll let you pick your favorite color noose to be hung in, because you obviously filled out an application to commit treason. And
please don't take my head. I called you black in good faith.
Fuck that. Fuck that, bro. Phuket, Thailand, bro.
They're gonna use the good faith. They're gonna use the good faith, bro.
Fuck that, bro. Nah, I ain't that shit. I don't sympathize with their bullshit good faith, nor do I sympathize with Negro black colors that don't know something that we know. Are you hearing it now? Guess what? You've been put on notice.
Right. Knowledge and notice is essential. First things first. First things first.
Period. There's no Negro black colored attached to the human family. So you're calling yourself a fucking monkey. A Negro is a fucking monkey. It is a chimpanzee. No, don't believe shit I said. You ain't gotta believe me. Research it yourself.
There is no one who is able to change man from the descent nature of his forefathers unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator, Allah himself. Right? 12. These holy and divine laws are from the prophet Noble Drew Ali, the founder of the uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Right? See, in the book it says, see, that's what I was saying. Number 12, it says, yeah, okay, keep going. These, number 13, these laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that they will learn to open their meeting and guide it according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. 14, every subordinate temple, and this is the one we're going to pull up etymology repent, but every subordinate temple of the grand major temple is to form under the covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and to create their own laws and customs. Jesus Christ. Remember I was telling you we need to do a telephony field trip and ask them where their laws are at? That just came back to mind. In conjunction with the laws of the Holy Prophet in the Grand Temple, I, the Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before the great and awful day that is sure to come.
They think it's some hallelujah to you spookism we talking about. I'm telling you,
man.
Declaring and proclaiming my nationality, I've been able to see things that I see why the Negro black colored mindset calls it magic. It's not magic. It's nature. And when you're in harmony with nature, nature will conspire in your favor to have shit happen to other people, and they're going to think they have what they call bad luck. And it's not bad luck. It's you being out of harmony with nature and trying to interfere with sincerity.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It has fucking consequences. But anyway,
that reminds me of this them bars I was working on for that new track, that new mixtape joint that I'm working on. Let me think here. What did I say? I said, Allah wouldn't save him now. Send them away from me, you all, a forsaken God. Is to invoke or call upon, but you're clinging on to slavery because you're wrong and forever gone. So, these people are at the point where Allah wouldn't save them. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, send them away from me.
That's why it's like, and I have loved ones that, they rarely be, they'll say to themselves, they're black or they're a nigger and shit like that. And I'll be sitting here thinking to myself, like, man, words have power. It's like, you'll see. That's why I said this. It's only but so far ignorance protects you from the consequences. We're in the age pertaining to knowing. And it's like, you can't play the I didn't know card in the age pertaining to knowing, because then what you're actually saying is you do not deserve to exist here on the planet with those of us that do deserve to exist on the planet. So what you're saying is like, should we like measure your coffin for you? Like, because that's where it's going to go.
Got me bumping that Kendrick. Push these niggas black colors off me like ooh. Push these niggas black colors like ooh. I'm pushing the fakes. Yeah. So for people who talk about fake and real so much, to be so deeply rooted in the fake stuff is very interesting to me. All right. So it says right here, and I swear I'm not just talking about copper tone beings who identify as Negro black colors, because that shit is a mindset across all hues of skin shades. Yeah. You could be pale skin, you could be a pale skin Negro black colored minded individual as well. Number 15. All right. Oh, okay. So wait, hold on. It says that Noble Drew Ali was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent. So I don't know if you want to relieve the screen share, if you could pull up the etymology of repent.
Oh yeah, I can relieve it for you, bro. You got the means to share, bro. Stop screen share right there. Do your thing. You know, I'm sharing out right now.
Islam.
Oh.
All right. And I mean, this is still the introduction, guys. We're really about to go into this video that
it is just the intro. That is amazing.
You know what I mean? Like, we haven't even really gotten to the lesson yet. We're just kind of like hitting y'all with the hammer one time. You know what I mean? The hammer of truth. Repent is a verb, guys. A verb is an action word, right? It's what you do, right? That's what they say, right? It's what you should do. That's what the prophet instructed. However, man, I think my favorite part from here, I'm just gonna highlight my favorite part, right? To repent is to regret so deeply as to change the mind of course or of conduct in consequence and develop new mental and spiritual habits.
From the Greek word metanoia.
Yeah, that's real right there. But again, it's from around, right, circa 1300, repentim, right? Quote, be grieved over one's past and seek forgiveness, right? I wouldn't personally say be grieved, but I think that a better word to use in this context would be to acknowledge, right? To be aware of one's past conduct. I guess, be reflective and wise. Reflect with wisdom, right? So when you reflect back, like, gosh, I was a little turned up, you know what I mean? I can work on, being a little more patient when people, come at me sideways or whatever. So again, and like the way you react, you know what I mean? Like, you might reflect back on that. Don't be grieved though, because again, you don't want to, your body is like a chemical factory where chemicals are produced, and there's just so much going on with your being, and you can kill yourself. You know what I'm saying? You could kill yourself by putting too much stress on you, a continuous stress. And I mean, that's, that might be some beings' goals, is to keep the masses aggrieved, right? Keep the masses in a state of distress, right? So I wouldn't say be grieved over one's past, but it's just going over the different interpretations. Feel such regret for sins, right? So regretting a thing, right? Some people live their life with no regrets. Crimes or omissions, right? So feel such regret for sins, crimes, or omissions as produces amendment of life. From Old French, repentir, which is 11th century, right? From here, perhaps used as an intensive prefix, very much. See, re plus vulgar Latin penitire or penitire.
Yeah, penitire. That's correct.
Quote, to regret, from Latin poenitire. And then quote, make sorry, right? End quote, from pona. See, penal. I thought that was interesting that penal is there, because really what they're doing through the quote unquote justice system is they're condemning beings. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're passing judgment, like they're gods. You see what I'm saying? Which technically, if you're identifying as something that didn't exist until they created the construct of it, and then you adopted that, then they kind of created who you're claiming that you are. So they kind of like are your gods, passing judgment upon you in all these cases where they get you to either confess or whatever, sign something, and then you get condemned. I condemn you to 10 years in prison. You see what I'm saying? You'll have 10 years to repent. Penal is there, right? Interesting. To hit you with that penal code, penalize you. The distinction between regret, quod vide, and repent, regret, and repent is made in many modern languages, but is absent in older periods. Interesting, right? To repent is to regret so deeply as to change the mind of course of conduct in consequence and develop new mental and spiritual habits. Also from circa 1300, around 1300 in Middle English, and after in an impersonal, reflexive sense, especially as it repenteth me, him, etc. So going back to chapter 47 real quick, which is where we had started. I'll put that back up. Number 14, right? And about, halfway through, it says, I, the prophet, right? I, the prophet, number 14, after Grand Temple. Exactly. I, the prophet, Noble Drew Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways. I mean, think about how many Asiatics are in military service to the United States corporation companies going around the world terrorizing beings all over the planet and stealing their resources. So you can live a certain way out here while you're still being in servitude, in a yoke. I think that was the other word that I was possibly thinking about looking up. Yoke. Which again, if you look at like the chapter before this one, which is 46, talking about the beginning of Christianity, it says that Jesus of Nazareth was seeking to redeem his people from under the Roman yoke and law. Under the Roman yoke and law. So you think Noble Drew Ali didn't know the law or something? When he's telling you to enforce the Constitution, telling you to repent from your sinful ways, he's trying to redeem you the same way the story goes for the anthropomorphic Jesus of Nazareth.
And you see, he didn't put a hyphen between Drew and Ali either.
No, he didn't put a hyphen, and he didn't put it in all lowercase either.
So that goes to show you that a lot of people have seemingly declared and proclaimed their nationality, and then they're remixing it. I don't know how and or why. When Prophet Noble Drew Ali was already sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics pertaining to America. What the fuck do you think you're doing? You're modifying it?
Brother, because the prophet, the prophet said that half had not been told. What he didn't tell you was that I had the other half, and he was saving it. He was saving it 100 years for that. I'm a descendant of Emily L. I mean, I think I am, but grandma, but I got the information.
Like, please. There are elders out.
I'm reincarnated, Drew Ali.
There are elders out here who are not even putting forth, that kind of effort, because let's just speak to it.
They gave up.
They either gave up, or in giving up, they realized that, okay, this is as far as I can go. That's what they were saying, not me. I think
everybody has their charge.
I think there's infinity for us. You know what I mean? For Seven Hill Star and our loved ones, it's infinity for us. I honestly think I'm going to be in a much better shape, moving much faster, running around at the age 900. And I'm not.
That's why I say radiate no hate in my proximity.
Islam.
Because man, we don't need that shit in our energy, in our space. That shit is a waste of time. Beings want to compete. Competition, if you ask me, competition is spreading the prophet's flock, because competition leads to separation.
Do not scatter the prophet's flock, man. Do not.
So it's not a competition, man. Look, shout out to Even if you turn into a package seller more, if you were being honorable at one point, shout out to that honorable time of your service. You know, and when you became a package sir, when you became a package seller, you know, fuck them. You know what I mean? Like I guess, you know what I'm saying? For those that you saved, you help save themselves or whatever. But now, you know, I guess those other beings that are coming under you now are probably just casualties of war. Because they're gonna go along thinking that they can authenticate some shit. They're going to go along thinking they could act like a public agent and then claim protection as not being an agent. So,
and this is still the introduction. Bruce Lee Christ.
Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ. Well, again, I, the prophet, Noble Drew Ali, you know, the prophet, quoting the prophet, right? I'm not the prophet. I'm just saying. I'm reading right here. I, the prophet, Noble Drew Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America. All Asiatics, motherfucker. I didn't know. Nah, motherfucker. They warned all Asiatics were warned. don't lie. To repent. That means, man, you're supposed to have such regret, or at least enough regret. Maybe a little bit of regret is enough to make you change. Maybe a lot of regret is enough to make you change. Whatever the prescription of regret that you need to have in order to change your mind and develop new spiritual principles, that's the amount of regret that I want you to have. Like, again, don't beat yourself up or nothing like that. So, you know, repent from the sinful ways, and that's, you know, going outside of yourself, or even just like not seeing yourself in others who are bringing you the message. You know what I mean? Somebody might be you bringing you the message. It might be you bringing yourself the message through another being, and you're going to deny yourself and go without and be sinful. So again, repent from those sinful ways. Number 15, the time has come when every nation, man, and if this statement right here ain't true right now in this time, the time has come when every nation must worship under its own vine and fig tree. I mean, what other time in history could this be referring to other than the collapse of the quote unquote petrodollar, right? The world reserve currency, the Federal Reserve note. Nota. Right now, when, you know, when things change for the corporation that so heavily influences your daily life, you're going to see that it's the time for every nation to worship under their own vine and fig tree. You're going to see. And then every tongue must confess his own, right? Number 16, through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honored not the creed and principles of their forefathers.
Look at that.
When you think you think that because your pops and your grandpops was an alcoholic, that you're honoring them by being an alcoholic today. That's not the creed and principles that you're supposed to be honoring. That was the dishonoring of the creed and principles that they taught you how to dishonor. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know, when we thinking we're doing what we're supposed to be doing because this how moms did it, this how pops did it, this how grandpa did, they really are victims as well, right? They're victims and also not just victims, they also caused, you know, their sufferings as well.
Correct.
So make sure it's the ancient foremothers and forefathers principles that you are studying, learning, and executing, right? Disciplining yourself with. Number 17 says that is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and color was given to the Asiatics of America who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew no thing.
Look at that.
On that
Look
point,
at.
yeah. They're of Moorish descent.
Yeah,
But
I still when we get to the end of our presentation, I definitely want to come back here, man.
yeah, number 9.
I want to come back here because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of Moors out there. You wearing your turban or you wearing your fez, and you're still calling the Negro black colored our people. Stop it. It's not enough wanting to get likes and shares of your content on any social media platform. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to perpetuate a lie while you're seemingly or supposed to be someone who is either L or Bay. Really? Our second principle is truth. How dare you lie in your spirit first, then in your thought, within your soul, and go, yeah, man, you know, our people still think they Negro black colored. They're not your people. They're not your people. If that's what they think, and that's what they're really tied to, as a man thinketh, so is he. As a mind thinketh, so is that mind. It's not enough one to, well, I need to go along to get along because, you know, I might find a sister out there and then, you know, I can bring her into the lessons. She thinks she's black. You're going to have a very hard time bringing her these lessons.
Oh,
you should do a 48-day devotional and y'all read the Quran together from chapter 48 to chapter 1. So that the second chapter you come across is, according to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family. She need to read that by chapter 2 or day 2 of her devotional, going from 48 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
So that way she can be like, whoa, hold up, wait a minute. So now you need to ask yourself, now that sister that you got, is she a part of the human family? And when I say a part of the human family, I'm talking about those that are a part of the human race, because there's only one race, and that's the human race. I'm not talking about, oh, a human is a monster. Look, the monster is the pale skin. Oh, you want to hear that lesson? Okay, here we go. The only Negro, black, or colored is the pale skin. So who's not a part of the human family?
Jesus Christ.
I know that's gonna be woo. That's going. A lot of people ain't gonna be able to take that one, especially you Moors out there that got your snow bunnies. You ain't gonna be able to take that, but it's okay because it's the truth. Just know where you are, where
That's
they
what
are.
I'm saying. The pale skins who are operating quote unquote government at this time, they keep records of Negroes, blacks, and coloreds. Those aren't true and divine records. There's never been any true and divine records of the human family that was maintained by anyone. So who's maintaining those records?
Some people that are false and not divine.
And the fact that they're probably the Negroes, blacks, and coloreds that are trying to attach themselves to the human family.
And I'm not knocking those Albion sons and daughters that are in their lessons. However, if you're really reading this and you're really comprehending it, know that. Please know that even though you are part of the Moorish nation, you were never in the original plan for the human race. There's no ancient records of the pale skin. The pale skin is maybe 1,080 years old. Maybe.
Got a couple people in the chat.
Okay, let me go check the chat because I know I've been sharing. So let's see. Well, who we got in chat here? Let's see what comments we got also. You know, if you're offended and you're upset, it's all right. You'll get over it. I promise you'll get over it. All righty. So let's see what we got here. Let me take it to the tippy top. Maya B. What's going on, sis? Peaceful greetings. She says, Brother Derek Blash Bay says, greetings. Greetings, everyone. Tyro Bay says, peace and love. Brother Derek Blash Bay says, chapter 47, the Holy Koran. Indeed. Mother Janelle Blash L says, Islam, Brother R and Brother Hasan. Islam to you, Mother Janelle. JL says, Islam, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Indeed. Open 642 says, greetings. Exalted Cyclops. He says, Islam. That's Brother 4_core. All rights reserved, right? Brother Antonio Bay says Islam. Moors. Mother Sahara L, she's in the chat, says peaceful greetings to everyone. Islam. Alexander Dix, right? I call him John Alexander Dix Bay, right? He's a beloved Albion son in whom we're well pleased. And at the end of the day, he had to read it for himself too, and is going to still study. And where I'm at right now, and I'm trusting it continues, he knows I'm not being mean at all. At all. However, I'm not going to lie to you. No matter who you are, how much you support us, I'm not going to lie to you. Please don't ask me to. Because I'm going to disappoint you and keep telling you the truth. In order for us to really get things right on this planet.
I hope the truth doesn't disappoint them.
However, the pale skin is also included into the Moorish nation. Period. I don't care what anybody says.
Should we pull that up from the?
That's in
Clock of Destiny.
Clock of Destiny book 2. That's right before the introduction, actually, so that people can see it.
Yeah, right? I think we should just show that real quick.
Okay, not de problemas.
Happy Sunday to everybody in the chat.
Indeed, a mon. Right? I think I'm actually right here in Clock of Destiny book 2. Manassas, right? Clock of Destiny. Let me zoom in because I don't mind, scrolling up as we read this. This is Clock of Destiny book 2, your master key pertaining to civilization. For those that don't know, it is book 2. Let's just make sure we're looking at it. See, volume 2, master key to civilization, right? Especially for, who is this especially for? This is especially for initiated Masons in Eastern stars, 3rd, 32nd, and 33 degrees. Valuable stars come in small packages. What'd you say, bro?
So you telling me that our beloved brother and elder, Charles Mosley Bey, was not talking to the idiots, just like we're not talking to the idiots?
We're not. That's why I said, look, if you're Negro, black, colored in your mindset, you think you're white, you think you're Cholo, Hispanic, and all that other colorful stuff. You think you're yellow, you think you're brown people. Great, cool. Be that over there. We're not talking to you.
Exactly.
I mean, it's that plain and simple. And I'm not being offensive. I'm not intending to offend you. If you decide to be offended, great. This is an opportunity for me to be very loving to you and say, go look in the mirror and point to both your ears and be like, bad ears. Stop making me feel that way, ears. Like, that's what you got to do. Seriously. Yeah. Don't Vincent Van Gogh yourself, though, and cut your ear off, though. Don't do that. If you are afraid of truth, however, beware of this book.
Yeah.
Right? So right before the introduction, right? There's a part called Mind Butts, right? Butt heads, Manassas, right? Clock of Destiny, your master key of civilization by C.M. Bey, Charles Mosley Bey, Manassas. I call Charles Mosley Bey Caliph. No one else probably calls him that. I call him that because with my eyes and studies thus far, I see him defending the faith, right? Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought it to you. C.M. Bey defended it.
Nah, Mo. C.M. Bey got kicked out the temple, Mo.
I can't stand that Mo shit. God, that Mo shit is such a lie. Mo is so not principle too, which is truth. Because to tell the truth, you must tell the whole thing. So to say Mo, you're cutting off the OR, that means that you're a liar.
Yeah, and a Mo could be a motel, It could be the abbreviation for Missouri, I think. It could be all type of shit, but it's not technically Moor, and it's a stooge. You know what I mean? Like we could go on.
Like it's a store, not a stove.
It's a stove. It's a store, not a.
It's exactly. So here we go.
Open the door.
Right, it's a door, not a doe. All right, a doe is a female deer. Here we go.
You cooking bread over here? Talking about open the dough. about to bake something.
It must be. Seriously, this is why people think we're assholes, because we're telling the truth, and we're not. We're not assholes.
I did want to speak to that real quick before you go in there. I know we're prolonging reading this because we got jokes. We got jokes, but no, but
Go ahead, bro.
What was I gonna say? When you're saying like, all right, we're being mean or whatever, these people, like a lot of these people who take offense to like maybe the way that we bring information, they're some of the most offensive people. You know what I'm saying? They're some of the most judgmental people. Like people love to talk shit. You know what I'm saying? The Negroes, blacks, colors love to talk shit about other people. They love to roast motherfuckers, random motherfuckers at the store, just talking shit about people. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, how can you be offended? When you don't get offended with all of the talk you have back and forth with your bros and shit or with random people, but you get offended from what we're doing. Like, I don't see how what we're doing is offensive. I just don't see it.
It's long. I'm in agreement. Manassas is the lost tribe of spiritual consciousness. Because we know, metaphysically speaking, Israel is spiritual consciousness. So this lost tribe, these beings that lost their spiritual consciousness, comprise the Anglicans, the English people, and the so-called white people of the U.S.A. and Australia, the French and the so-called Jewish people, plus the quote-unquote Negro of the U.S.A., including the Muslims and Muslims. All of this, go ahead.
CM Bay said Muslims and Muslims.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. That's how you know some people who are really the fall of the Moriscos. There's no Moors rising there that don't really get it. They don't get it. That's why they will forever be fall of the Moriscos.
Well, in their defense, right? Because just to play devil's advocate, in their defense, the Clock of Destiny book doesn't teach you how to tie your shoes. So it doesn't also teach you how to wash clothes. So
hey, yo, stop it.
So you can't you know what I mean? Like what do we read that for?
Again, that's why we're not talking to Negro black colors. Oh, you got on the turban and the fez. Good for you. Chapter 47, verse 9 says what? Okay. Islam. All of this divided people are idolatry god worshippers of mysticism and mythology. They oppose the Moabite and Moorish science of the 12 signs of the zodiac as a result of their beliefs in mythology, isms, and idol god worship. But they're the Moorish nation though. Like they comprise it. They're all
idolatry god worshippers.
What is wrong with you beings? Oh, I get it. You don't want to read it because you want to say, oh, some man wrote that book. That's the right man book. It's like, technically that is true. However, the image of what a white man is in your head is completely off base.
Right.
Because you're thinking with a Negro black colored mind, which is stinking thinking.
Muddy thinking.
That's called trouble. Muddy thinking is another word for muddy thinking is called trouble.
Or murky waters.
a damned flow of thoughts.
Uh-uh.
Right?
That's probably the worst. I think having muddy thinking is probably better than having damn thinking, like damn, you can't even think.
That's all. That's tough. Really, really tough. Alexander says truth to what we were saying earlier, right? Open 642 before that says exactly. Jadon says Islam can folks. Oh yeah, the clock of destiny 2. I was reading it earlier. Indeed, he's laughing. He says Rekka stove, like the record store.
The record stuff.
The Rekka stove.
And then the other cat say the liquor stove.
Liquor stove. No.
Damn, you about to lick the stove? What you say? Liquor stove.
Mother Sahara agrees, says Mo is one of the Three Stooges. Indeed. It was actually, and it was, you know what's funny? It was actually Four Stooges. And a lot of people I think don't know that. I'm pretty sure, I know Mother Sahara knows, because not only was there Mo, Larry, and Curly, remember, there was Shemp too. Yeah, Shemp came along, right? It was like Four Stooges. Mother Sahara says, telling the truth is never mean. I know. That's why I said people got to go in the mirror and be like, bad ears.
Yeah.
How dare you have me listen to the truth is something that's harming me. Like that's what
that's funny, because at one point in my mind I was like, I need a new word instead of like if you sneeze and no one else is around, like, you know, what do you say to yourself? You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm not gonna say bless you, right? So I just started saying good job because because what the body, when you understand what the body's doing, is doing a good thing. You know what I mean? Like, all right, good job. You know what I mean? I sneeze. Good job. You know what I mean?
correct.
Some people gotta check their ears though.
Yeah, I know, right? They gotta, you're gonna have to really reprimand those ears and then repent accordingly. The truth needs no apology. So fear ye not. If you are not ready for the truth, close this book and don't read any further. It's very simple. That didn't take a whole bunch of just to say.
90% of beings.
Yeah, they're gonna close it because, you know, it don't go along with what they've, you know, been socially engineered to have running through their thoughts and their damned up thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
The author, Charles Mosley Bey, CM Bey, PhD, LLD, with his autograph there, 33rd, 360-degree Master Mason, Free Moorish Master Astrologer, and Moorish Constitution Lawgiver. All rights reserved.
Imagine Charles Mosley Bey putting all that on at the end of his writ.
I mean, hey, that's why, bro. You already know that's why our writs be looking the way it look for real. Like on some things, like when I reserve my rights, Zodiac Constitution. Even though rights are always reserved, why do we put all rights reserved on our documents if they're always reserved? Because what we're doing is we're reminding the idiots that have themselves for a paycheck.
Mm-hmm. These people think, yo, the way we think all rights reserved, these people think all rights are waived. Like, for real.
Exactly. So that's why it's reiterated, because when people think like, oh no, we work for this company, so, and we do this to anybody, whoever, we do it to everybody, and it's like, yeah, not us. No, you got us fucked up, bitch. No, we don't. Not over here. Like, no.
No.
Yeah, that's not happening. However, like, you know, I wanted to show where it says comprise the Moorish nation, right? That's what I was looking for, because I know we've read it before. Mm-hmm. However, that kind of said it there though too. Honestly, it really did say it.
Right.
Hold on. Here we go. It's in the introduction. Truth cannot be altered. So remember, we read chapter 47. That's still an introduction. We read chapter 47, verse 9. And there's no Negro black colored in any true or divine record. Want to talk about record storage there? Record stuff. It's not there.
I'll take you to the record store. You see it ain't there.
It's not there. So in truth, which cannot be altered, our ancient foremothers and forefathers, what they were then is what they are today. There's no record of being Negro, black, colored. So who was they then? Oh, there wasn't no Moors. I beg to differ. And I really actually no. I don't beg anything because I'm not a beggar. Right.
I thought that as soon as I said that earlier.
Yeah, I reject that deposit. I do not concur with that statement. Right. So at the end of the day, when you see Moorish Americans are the descendants, why are we Moorish American? Because we are descendants of Moroccans born in America is what it says in your 101 questionnaire. However, higher thought knows that we are descendants pertaining to Moroccans made manifest here at a maxim at the North Gate. For those of you that are really wrapping your mind around this. Truth cannot be altered and therefore need no apology. So I'm not apologizing because I don't think Negro, black, coloreds are our people. Why would I apologize? I'm telling the truth. You know what the problem is? The problem is that most people do not, have not, and cannot process truth. You don't practice processing truth.
What do they call it when you're like you're a part of your body becomes stiff from being in the same position for too long?
Rigor mortis setting in. That's if you're dead.
Right. That's what I was thinking. That's the first thought I had too. But I was just thinking, man, it's like maybe these people are just in pain from clinging to those names and principles that delude to slavery. And then when they feel the pain in their hands from clinging for so long, they think that it's you bringing them that pain. But it's when you tell them that those aren't our people, and they feel pain from that, and they say, "Oh, you're being mean." No, that's your fucking hands burning because you're clinging to those names and principles that delude to slavery, and so you're taking offense.
Man, I mean, just one before I go back to that, let's just remind everybody, especially for those that's gonna come and look at this later. According to all, not just 11, that's not like a 0 and 2 1s. That's an A and 2 L's. According to all true and divine records pertaining to the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached. It means they're detached. They're somewhere else. They're not a part of it. They're not part and parcel to the human family, because all the inhabitants pertaining to Africa were and are, as past and present tense verbiage there, were and are of the human race, descendants of whom the ancient, not contemporary, not modern and most recent, ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today, without doubt or contradiction. Are you? Bruh, that shit almost about to bring tears to my eyes, bro. Can you guys, are you that in love with dying? Are you really that fucking in love with dying? You guys are amazing. That's why we're not fucking talking to you. Who I'm talking to is those that say the Negro, black, coloreds are our people. They're not. Fucking up the flow.
All right. Because again, A city metaphysically is a thought center. You can't have two different types of thoughts centers in one center, like it doesn't work.
People out there, motherfucking mind, man.
One
And then
thought center.
Go ahead, say what you were saying, bro.
Pardon me, real quick. One thought center will have to corrupt the other one.
Period. So then from the Quran, and then those people, oh yeah, see him, they got kicked out the temple, he ain't a part of it. Shut the fuck up. Seriously. Truth cannot be altered, and therefore need no apology, and neither doctrine. So fear not. E pluribus unum, which is actually ex pluribus unum. It's an E period, which means it's an abbreviation of a whole word. The whole word is EX, which either means out of or from in Latin. Ex pluribus unum, Latin, meaning one nation of many races. Quote unquote white men, Moors, Chief Tall Man Dan, Chief Black Thunder, and Chief Two Guns White Calf were Arabs, the red-skinned, quote, Irish, German, Dutch, Scots, and English and French. One of the Amazon Valley, Chief Two Guns White Calf on the buffalo nickel wore the Moorish star and crescent, and the circle of the zodiac with the Moorish swastika. Moorish swastika. Moorish swastika. Which means Hitler and them was only really trying to do their Moorish impression. The swastika represents the square of an angle of 90 degrees, east, west, north, and south. The names such as Mormon, Muhammad, and Mohawk were derived from the name Moor.
All you Indian guys.
You couldn't even be some so-called Federal Reserve Indian without denying your Moorish truthfulness first. You had to deny your Moorish truthfulness. Not be altered. So what the fuck are you altering to be some federally reserved Indian? I know what you want to be dead. That's it. That's the only thing you can be. The Moorish nation and the Amazon redskin, quote unquote, white people, they're red skin but call themselves white. What the fuck? That's why he put it. That's why he made it a plausible statement by putting quotes around white. So people comprehend who he was really speaking about.
Speaking of white, they're inside of that egg white, under that yolk.
Look at that. The Moorish nation and the Amazon redskin, quote unquote, white peoples has been well blended, flavored, and beautified to perfection through a long, free process of cross-sexual relations. Therefore, the 150 million inhabitants pertaining to the U.S.A. constitute the Moorish nation of the North Gate, who must be redeemed and civilized by the Moorish universal scientific law of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Before, go ahead.
No, finish that and then I'll say.
Before the world can enjoy peace, you can try to avoid 7 Hill Star all you want. I guarantee you, you ain't gonna have no motherfucking peace trying to avoid this record right here. Oh, that's some made up shit. Go to the Library of Congress and get yourselves a stamped and ribboned copy
for your hypnosis.
Put that in your library. The fuck?
Go back to that chapter that we were looking at, 47, but go to chapter 46 right before it, because what you just read goes with what I had brought up earlier, and I know we didn't look at it, but yeah, right there.
The beginning of Christianity?
Yeah, right there. Okay. So it says in number let me see. Number 3? Seeking to redeem. Okay. So yeah, number 2 says Jesus himself was the true blood of the ancient Canaanites and Moabites and the inhabitants of Africa. Then number 3 says, seeking to redeem his people in those days from the pressure of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, Rome crucified him according to their law. But hold on, I think
according to their law, not according to what Canaanites did. So those are some foreigners expressing some foreign shit on someone who did not qualify to be adjudicated upon under their foreign occupation.
All right, so it says something different, and I know I'm not tripping. Hold on. All right, so in the book it says, oh, maybe it was a different part. All right, it's the first one. It's number 1. Pardon me. I didn't realize that that was like bolded. So number 1 says the foundation of Christianity began in Rome. The Roman nations founded the first church, of whom crucified Jesus of Nazareth for seeking to redeem his people from under the Roman yoke and law.
So they like, man, don't you try to make these people be intelligent and honor their ancient foremothers and forefathers again. We gotta crucify your ass.
And we're going to use the law that doesn't look no jurisdiction over, you know, Jesus, so to speak, over the I am identity. But they did it under their law, while the whole time he was trying to redeem his people from under the Roman yoke and law. And then go back to what we just read and watch how it says something about redeeming the people. And so it says, therefore, the 150 million inhabitants of the U.S.A. constitute the Moorish nation of the North Gate, who must be redeemed. Then it's the same word, redeemed and civilized by the Moorish universal scientific law. He said redeemed, and he mentioned the law, just like they said that the anthropomorphic Jesus got hung by the Romans, that he was trying to redeem his people from under their yoke and law. So if you're being redeemed from under the Roman yoke, from under that law, especially when you know it only applies to public agents, federal agents, licensees, and things of that nature, CM Bey, who came and told you must be redeemed and civilized by the Moorish universal scientific law of the 12 signs of the zodiac before the world can enjoy peace.
Yeah, you can try to keep avoiding that Moorish stuff. However, this is what all Asiatics
must depend upon
for their divine and earthly salvation as American citizens.
Another thing, speaking on American, notice how in that chapter 47, was it chapter 47 that I was reading? I just remember seeing, you know, basically the prophet saying North America, you know what I mean? Yeah, number 12. What does number 12 say? Oh, wait, is it number 12? Pardon me, hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. So right here it actually says Moorish Holy Temple of Science of North America. So you see what I'm saying? How the book has Holy Temple instead of Moorish Science Temple?
Right, you're talking about that one where I think someone took liberties. However, it could be whatever. I mean, I think I have that book also. I have that one also, that particular Quran from that particular publishing that we
will not give shout outs to. However, all right, so basically what I want to say is, like, Noble Drew Ali knew when to use United States, knew when to use United States of America, and knew when to say North America. You see what I'm saying? And I mean, that is seen throughout the literature, you know, not just here in chapter 47 or whatnot, in, you know, whatever publishing, but in other, you know, portions of his literature, you will see that, make no mistake, he understands, you know, Asia Major and Asia Minor or whatnot. Again, it's the uniting of Asia, which would be the uniting of the entire planet, because it even says, you know, where is it? Yeah, the uniting of Asia is the uniting of the whole planet. When you think of it, it's the pale skinned nations of Europe, and then the what's it called? The Moorish man. Look, let me look at that because he goes over that right here too. It is the divine origin of the Asiatic nations. So again, it's basically the Asiatic nations and the pale skinned nations of Europe all together uniting. That would be the uniting of Asia. The fallen sons and daughters of the Asiatic nation of North America need to learn to love instead of hate and know their higher self and lower self. Again, which would mean that's like telling them they need to know God, because they need to know to call upon and to invoke. They need to know that they're the ones calling upon and invoking their own miseries or their own salvation.
Correct.
You're not going to say it one time and be saved. You must begin to change your habits so that your being can evolve to a higher vibration, that it can manifest easier, that it can be no obstructions in this energy, no damned up, blocked up energies and thoughts, so that you can be able to manifest the beauties on the planet that you want to manifest, not this fuck shit that they're projecting via tell-eye visions. This is the uniting of the Holy Quran of Mecca for teaching and instructing all Moorish Americans. Oh, it doesn't say for teaching and instructing Moorish Americans in the temple only. For teaching and instructing Moorish Americans with a nationality card only. For teaching and instructing Moorish Americans who are under some grand sheikhs. It says all Moorish Americans, etc. So probably not even just Moorish Americans, because again, Noble Drew Ali was a universal prophet. Number 2, the key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations. Didn't you hear something about a BRICS alliance? Sound like Asiatic nations to me. I think there was like, what was it, one European nation in there? They got Brazil. Those Asiatics. Russia was the only European in there.
India,
and China are all Asiatics. So again, the key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations. The Moorish, who were ancient Moabites and the founders of the holy city of Mecca, the founders of, so hold on. The Moabites are the founders of the Moroccan Empire and the holy city of Mecca, and they have the possessory rights. Now
you see why people go so hard in trying to call more sovereign citizens and say, oh, that's just your belief in your organization. That has nothing to do out here in the real world. Shit.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Number 3, the Egyptians, who were the Hammatites and of a direct descendant of Misraim and Arabians, the seed of Hagar, Japanese and Chinese. That's another one of those BRICS nations there. Oh, wait, hold on. The Hindus of India, isn't that another one of the BRICS allegiance that they're talking about? The descendants of the ancient Canaanites, Hittites, and Moabites of the land of Canaan. Sound like the Hindus is your peoples. Number 5, the Asiatic nations of North, South, and Central America, the Moorish Americans and Mexicans of North America. Man, that's like, to me, I read that as the Moorish Americans and Moorish Mexicans of North America, because it says the Moorish Americans and Mexicans of North America. Brazilians, isn't Brazil another one of those? Jesus Christ. Argentinians and Chileans in South America, Colombians, Nicaraguans, and the natives of San Salvador in Central America, etc. All of these are Muslims. The Turks are the true descendants of Hagar, who are the chief protectors of the Islamic creed of Mecca, beginning from Muhammad I, the founding of the uniting of Islam, by the command of the great universal, invoking to call upon God, Allah.
And then that makes me think 2 things, where you said, boom, how Jesus of Nazareth, right, was crucified by these beings according to their so-called law. You know what that made me think of, right? You know what that made me think of, right? I'm gonna go right to it. I ain't gonna even play around with it. I'm gonna go to it.
Get to the main course. We're gonna get to the main course soon. Get ready for the super civics, because we're gonna bring that video back up, Trinity versus Pagliaro. We're gonna go through that, and then we're gonna touch base on that.
This right here, bro.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. How the burden is on their descendants now, and those who choose to assist them.
I'm gonna use the Moor's room. Go ahead, do your thing.
Islam. This is Young's literal translation, right, on BibleGateway.com, which allows you to look at different different Bibles and do comparisons or whatnot. We're looking at Luke 11 verses 46 to 52. 46 says, and he said, and to you the lawyers, woe, because ye burden men with burdens grievous to be borne, and ye yourselves with one of your fingers do not touch the burdens. 47, woe to you, because ye build the tombs of the prophets, and your fathers killed them. Woe to you, because ye built the tombs of the prophets, and your fathers killed them. 48, then do ye testify and are well pleased with the works of your fathers, because they indeed killed them, and ye do build their tombs. And that makes me think of, in a low, shallow grave where they buried me, right? That makes me think of how they're saying that they got the Moors in a low, shallow grave, right? And then that brings up what Hasan just said, how they want to say, oh, that's some sovereign citizen stuff, some belief that's only within your organization. You're building a tomb right now when you talk like that. You're agreeing with the works of your fathers when you talk like that. You're testifying that you're pleased with the works of your fathers who killed the prophets, and you're building the tomb for them when you're talking like that. Because of this also, number 49, because of this also, the wisdom of God said, I will send them prophets and apostles, and some of them they shall kill and persecute. So, bro, I was just making a comparison to how when you said that they'd be like, oh, that's some sovereign citizen shit. That's only a belief within your system. You're literally building a tomb when you say that. You're agreeing that you're pleased with the works of your fathers when you talk like that. You see what I'm saying? And you're disrespecting.
I said it's always a war declaration, bro.
Right. So yeah, when they talk like that, they're openly declaring war. And it doesn't seem like that because people are like, well, we don't just go around here harming people. We're for peace and not destruction. So I understand that it's like, man, these people are playing like this passive aggressive game through the fucking Congress, right? Through the legislature and the judicial systems, where they're warring against beings through these systems. But it's like, what can you do but speak on it? Because if you take action to harm one in order to try to stop them from doing that, which what they're doing is going to create a bigger problem. So it's like they know that, you know what I mean? It's like they know when the police pull up on you, right? And you know that they have the capabilities of calling for backup and having, a certain amount of armed guards assist them within a certain amount of time. Most people are not going to defend themselves to the point of taking a police's life or anyone who's actually trying to harm them when they have the capability of calling 50 goons with armed, weapons. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not in the situation to defend themselves against that. But I'm clear that eventually people are going to start taking up arms to defend themselves against criminals, period. Whether those criminals identify with the government, identify with a radical leftist group, identify with a fucking terrorist group, doesn't matter who you identify with. When you try to hurt and harm people, they have the right to defend themselves, period.
Wow.
So they're gonna start seeing, man, these not gonna continue. You guys are building the tombs for the prophets
Mm-hmm.
and
That's one.
agreeing
What'd you
with the
say?
works and agreeing with the works of your murderous ancestors.
Yeah, that's why I just wanted to bring that up. And then because we're just making the correlations. And by the way, when you was like when people lay down too long and they get stuck, both Jadon and Open 642 said atrophy when their bodies atrophy.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Islam.
I think
Yeah,
atrophy
when it ain't
also
clean, when this shit
like
gets stuck like this.
yeah, that's I guess that's one portion of it because I also know atrophy to be when someone loses weight really fast or their body, diminishes very quickly due to, maybe some rigorous nutrition decision, so to speak. However, atrophy,
Deficient.
yeah, due to some type of deficiency or extremity in their nutritional decision. Dinan says, yes, brother. Or Derek Blash Bay says, yes, cannot process the truth, right? That's sad. JLV says, greetings, everyone. Make thine eyes single. They also say, Jadon says, telling it like it is. Exalted Cyclops said, Moorish swastika.
Yeah.
Right. Jadon says, sounds familiar. Slim Herman is in the chat chilling. Right. So, with that being said, guys, yeah, I trust that this was a good enough introduction, right, for you all, right? We're probably an hour in on our introduction. However, I mean, guys, see, this is what needs to be showed to you when there's so many people out here with turbans and fezzes on, and they're saying that they're doing international law and not worried about other kinds of law and stuff like that. Man, like, can you guys really see that at the end of the day, there are some people who are just proud on a road much lower, who soon bones will be bleached in the sultry sun. But right now, they're being given their, the sun even shines on a dog's ass at times. Okay, so a lot of people are going to seemingly get their shine. Try to say there's Sayaraha as a group, but can't even pronounce the word Sayaraha correctly. But they're into the craft of astrology, and they know. And this is why some elders don't agree with certain Moors getting certain, information and stuff, that was freely given to a lot of us, because not all Moors are going to do what Seven Hill Star Astrology Firm does. Right? We're going to be consistent and bring things. However, we also know that people watch us and try to, then develop their own little groups and stuff. And I'm trying to tell you, that's why these groups stay away from us and don't really try to mention us at all, because if we're the river with fresh water to drink, they keep putting a straw in that energy. Right. And they don't want to let anyone else know that that's where they're getting it from. So they try to mimic us. However, I'm sitting back. It's going to be a fall. I'm telling you, the Negro Black coloreds, in their mind, they're going to fall. And those people that think there's some special type of Moorish American group, oh man. I'll be like, look. Again, creation and fall of man. Look, they chapter 1 in over there. So with that being said, because some people want to just be, oh, we're not worried about the United States codes. We're over here doing international law. Man, when people study long, or they just studying wrong, I think.
They're studying wrong.
They're studying wrong. Seriously.
They don't, because again, when you start studying, what is your purpose? If in your mind your purpose is to be a Federal Reserve, a better, I said Federal Reserve agent. I meant to say a better federal agent. You know what I mean? What do you like? Oh yeah, I'm gonna learn this law, but then I'm gonna do this. You know what I'm realizing, bro? I was thinking the other day, like, I need to holler at, you know, somebody that owns a grocery store and just holler at them, like, you know, the way the Moors used to do trade and you know, business then, like, what do you want? Because as far the way I'm looking at it, I don't owe you anything, but you owe me. Like, let's be clear that you're doing business on our land and you're trying to force us to assimilate into your practices in order to even do trade with y'all. Like, y'all doing business on our land. What you mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, we taught you how to trade. You know what I'm saying? Like, our business ventures are not going to be under the Roman yoke. We do not need your license to do business on our land
at all.
Well, Congress has the power to regulate commerce amongst themselves. I'm not a member of Congress. I'm not a member of the Judicial Department, and I'm not a member of the Executive Department either. So some's got to give, because I'm telling you, these people, one day you don't got the chip, you don't got the CBDC, you don't got the whatever they want you to have. Just like you needed a mask before. I promise you, I was in every store without a mask. So again, these things don't apply to us. They apply to those who volunteer. The right to be left alone is one of the most sacred rights among civilized men. Okay, Olmsted versus the United States. You know, Brandeis's dissent, because we know that was a bullshit ruling for how many years until it was overturned in that Katz case, right?
Therefore,
right?
150 million.
The 150 million, not billion, million, inhabitants of the United States of North America constitute the Moorish nation of the North Gate, who must be redeemed and civilized by, they're saying you're uncivilized, by the Moorish universal scientific, not belief-based, not dogma-based,
not Negro black colored on Instagram based,
but universal scientific law of the 12 signs of the zodiac before the world can enjoy peace.
Period.
So you're saying no peace until this happens, and they're running from this right now? I think that the Earth's about to get blown up. That's it. It's over. It's over, bro.
Why not come to Seven Hill Star and get your astrology done? Have AstroCivics sessions. Be here every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday taking notes. Why not? Why not make sure the first place you really go and grasping who you are is at rvbaypublications.com? Why not?
Yep, but start building them muscles. Everybody got muscles. All you gotta do is build them. So start building them muscles at rvbaypublications.com. Definitely get in that Sualong class. Shout out to Mother Malika, because that Sualong class is gonna spoon feed you a little bit, so that you can continue to develop the muscles. You know what I'm saying? Once you get standing upright, independent, and fearless, oh, it's time to start walking down on them. You know what I mean? Because misprison a felony. Like, yo, these people, these courts are committing felonies. Do you not want to enforce the law? I don't understand how people don't want to enforce it, because that's your only fucking remedy. The only thing that you can even try to say to bind these people that you can speak is law. That's the only thing that you can use right now is the law. That is your only fucking option, is to learn the law and enforce it, because you have beings who are claiming to be government who are breaking the law, violating the Constitution they took an oath to, which is the basis for the government. Without the Constitution, there's no government. That's like cutting off the roots of a tree.
Islam.
And trying to say you're a tree still. No, you're a dead tree.
I think we might have to read this whole introduction before we get started, bro. Because the more and more I look at it, I'm damn near highlight these 2 pages. Only 2 pages, not even the whole 2 pages, y'all. So read along with us.
It is impossible for civilization and peace to be achieved by standing on a fucking highway with 9 idiots by force of arms, violence, and war. The universal scientific law of the 12 signs of the zodiac that needs to be learned before peace can be enjoyed on the planet is non-violent.
Jesus, Mary, and fucking Joseph, and all the animals in the nativity scene.
Oh, but the animals fight. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut your dumb ass up. So go. Well, the animals eat from the fucking ground too. Go eat from the ground like an animal too.
Which technically we all do, but we wash it off and shit.
Yeah.
That's from the dirt.
You know what I mean? But think about all the things that animals do that you shouldn't probably do. Like lick your asshole. The dog licks his asshole. What? What do you so you want to be like that? No. Civilized beings. Look, we got the science, yo. You know what I mean? Like, this is what they don't want you to have. Not just this, because I'm talking about like science, period, so that civilization can thrive. They don't want you to be scientists.
Flat out.
Scientists are some of the first people that die in war because they got to get rid of those who know. Can't keep you under the yoke. You know what I'm saying? If your mind thinks freely. People limit themselves in their own minds. They got blockages and dammed up in their own mind. Oh, I can't do that because if I do that, if you do that, what? Have you ever done it? You never done it, but you're just so sure what's going to happen if you do it, right?
Because they're uncivilized.
And they sacrifice their own new thoughts to public opinion. Oh, well, what if? Well, what was old boy saying that one day? They're gonna, if you do that, they're gonna beat your ass. No, they're gonna beat your ass. That weak ass shit out of here, bro.
Flat out.
Like who goes into the game like, all right, guys, it's the Super Bowl. We're gonna get our asses beat. Like, no. Don't you go in the fucking game with your head on straight, saying, you know, in your mind you visualizing the win already. You don't go into some shit thinking you're gonna get your ass beat, you're gonna lose, you're gonna fail.
Everybody come into the huddle, put your hands in on 3, lose. 1, 2, 3, lose. No, they're not doing that.
1, 2, 3, lose.
Like, they're not doing that. Yeah, I don't think they're doing that.
No,
only uncivilized peoples. What'd you say, bro?
Yeah, those are those beings who are Moloch worshiping. They're sacrificing their new thoughts, their freshly new ideas, which are like which are sacred as children. You know what I'm saying? Like these freshly new righteous thoughts, straight into the fire, which is the fire is the public opinion, what everybody thinks, what idiots think, not everybody. Wise men thinking would not knock your righteous new fresh ideas
at all. And before we continue on this read, right, Exalted Cyclops says in the chat, quote, major historical events that occurred the last time Pluto was in Aquarius from 1778 to 1798, right? Because Pluto usually takes about 20.1 years to transit a sign, some would say, right? The North American colonies and the Great Britain fought the War of Independence from 1775 to 1783.
Wait, say it again, 1775 to 1783?
That's what Brother Corey just quoted in the chat.
That's about what, 8 years of fighting?
75 to 83. You are absolutely correct, bro.
So, and that was during a certain 20-year span period of Pluto being in a certain
yeah,
Aquarius, Islam.
Yeah, I think Pluto does take about 20.1 years to transit a sign, and takes about 248 years or so to go 360.
Well, there's definitely war going on, like trade wars and stuff like that. That's happening all day. But as far as like physical wars, there's I guess we're not on the ground seeing that, so we can say they're showing that to us on the news. We can allege that that's true. It could be theatrics. These people love theater. You know what I mean? It's a method of war. Theater is a form of war.
Only on his people. Nah, go ahead. I'm saying
only with those that have eyes to see but can't see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, at this point, those school shootings to me are laughable because I don't believe any of it. But anyways, what I'm seeing is that beings don't even recognize war anyways. You know what I mean? They think war is just people in uniforms going out, big bombs blasting. Like, you don't realize it's war when they put trisodium phosphate in your Lucky Charms?
You don't think it's war when they call you Negro, Black, and Colored?
You see what I'm saying? You don't think it's war when the cop serves you the ticket summons service all in one and puts no signature on it, but the judge continues with the case?
It's definitely fucking war.
That's definitely war. You know what I'm saying? You don't think it's war that you got to wake up every day and go to work for something that lost 96% of its purchasing power back in like 2016? If the Federal Reserve note lost 96% of its purchasing power years ago, where is it at right now? Pardon me, I got someone at the door.
No worries. And I'll read here, only uncivilized peoples have to rely on force and weapons of human destruction for their protection. Only uncivilized peoples have to rely on force and weapons of human destruction for their protection. So your policy enforcers, falsely termed police officers, are uncivilized groups. When the heads of governmental society have to endeavor to enact a law to force its citizens to recognize and equally respect the loyal, dark, and brown-skinned masses of humanity as equal human beings like themselves, then the citizens of that government society are definitely not civilized. Facts cannot be altered and therefore need no apology. When the educators of the said governmental union society are afraid to teach the necessary truth, when the educators of the said governmental union societies are afraid to teach the necessary truth, then the educators and citizens, remember citizens are members, are definitely economic and social slaves and therefore cannot be free master masons and Eastern stars. So what fraternal order they think they are? How can they be master masons or Eastern stars when they're being uncivilized? Therefore, it is my moral duty as a free Moorish American master mason to clearly explain the necessary truth in order that the unfortunate slaves of this great Moorish nation might be set free and thus become in reality free master masons and Eastern stars. Do you know any being that is superior to you and your mother? Well, you might acquaint yourself with the 333. 3 into 9 goes 3 times, which equals the 3rd and 33rd degrees, meaning 9 months from conception to birth. 3 times 3 equals 9, the 3 threes. The letter I corresponds with the golden number 9, which makes you and me the great I. First, supreme law. And 3rd, 33rd, and 360 degree free-born master masons and Eastern stars, and therefore cannot be made over again in someone's fucking lodge. Are you comprehending that? Quote unquote Isis equals woman, moon, and earth. The great triangle, 3-in-1 powers of infinite creation of children, water, and plant, life, food stuff, life, and existence. The double-headed eagle represents the sun on the equator, 29 degrees in the 6th sign Virgo of the zodiac, and no degrees in the 7th sign Libra, which is the sovereign grand inspector general on the 32nd to 33rd degrees of masonry. That's the double-headed eagle pendant that he gets too. Gotta know. Come on, man. Is my tassel pit down?
Opposite.
Exactly. Which
Opposite
means I
of that.
freely teach this. And I'm not afraid either. So I'm surely civilized. That's why I'm only speaking to those that have made a decision to be civilized and further grow in being civilized. On September 23rd and 24th, which occurs every year in Brazil, South America, 180 degrees east longitude and 0. Thus, the U.S.A, Canada, and West Indies lie in the far east. According to the zodiac universal map of the Moorish nation, the measurement of man's progress. So this is the far east where we are. Thus, instead of us expecting the wise minds, because man is mind, so men is minds, instead of us expecting the wise men of the said far east abroad to come here to liberate or redeem the world, it is in reality the peoples in the U.S.A, the far east, who shall. Say it again.
Of course, because who's the man when it comes to the world? If we're looking at geographical areas, you know what I'm saying? Who's the man? You know what I mean? Who has the first and Bill of Rights? Other nations don't have that. They don't have the right to bear arms and speak freely. We are the ones over here. Everyone's counting on us. They're waiting for everything here to get shut the fuck down because they feel like once they shut us down, they'll enslave the whole humanity. It's not gonna fucking happen. Texas alone, the people near Texas alone will fuck some shit up. Like, really? You're not fucking with the Moorish nation, period. But that's separate from the politicians, the U.S. politician pedos. That's completely different. You know, they're getting shut down by the great God of the universe, period. That's already happening. But I'm talking about the people are not going to be enslaved here. I promise.
At all.
Not further than what it is already, because we know how people have a mental slave mindset. However, that is being washed, that is being cured, that is over with. That's why they're trying to ban, certain technology use in certain ways. That's why they're scrambling, trying to find ways to censor and lie and, avalanche of lies, you know what I mean? But we're shoveling ourselves from out of that, you know what I mean? We're far from out of that. It's others that we're going back to the snow and finding other people buried in that motherfucker and bringing them out at this point.
Thus, instead of us expecting the wise men of the said far east abroad to come here to liberate or redeem the world, it is in reality, the peoples in the U.S.A, the far east, who shall redeem or liberate themselves by what? The 12 signs of the zodiac. They then would liberate the rest of humanity abroad by it rather than by the force of arms, tanks, atomic bombs, jet planes, and the missionary doctrine of religion, which has already served its purpose and zero. Force of arms in the American religion spell total defeat. And the next chapter is religion for the ignorant, is for ignorant people who cannot read. I am an informer, not informant, informer. The truth will enable the reader to reform himself. Don't need no tambourine and a banjo and an organ for that. Oh, Jesus. Happy Easter to you, right?
Oh, snaps.
Right? So with that being said, that's Cognitive Destiny Book 2, which is in Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. For those of you that are a part of Prophet Noble Drew Ali University that have access to this, right? right? Jadon's laughing, said he didn't sound like a king. You're hilarious. Yes, sir. Yes, says open 642. Jadon says, swing it for the clandestine pen downs. You're hilarious. You talking about, yeah, that tassel, right? Which isn't pinned down at all and can just dance beautifully like that. Yeah, there you go. Because at the end of the day, what am I going to do? Start lying? No. I'm going to do what I know I'm here to do. I read what Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought, and guess what? I'm being myself. Right? That's how I was uplifted. I was taught to be myself, right? So I could reform and redeem myself. Jesus is within, right? Because Jesus is the I am identity. How you like those pomegranates? So here we go. Now to our lesson. Thank you for guys for enjoying the introduction. Let's get to our lesson now, right? Let's do it. So this is where we're going today. Let me just get back to the Trinzi versus Pagliaro documents here, right? Oh, here the baby, right? Okay, boom. Trinzi versus Pagliaro's right there. That's the interpretation that they got at educationcenter2000.com. I don't know who they are. I don't know what this website is. I just know that it's giving a commentary on Trinzi versus Pagliaro. And we're going to do a little bit of reading on the summary pertaining to Trinzi versus Pagliaro. But first, let's find this, which is what I'm looking for. Right? Oh, no. Let's go to the library, right? 931. Pause that there. All righty. Here we go. I was going to yield the floor. Let's take a listen, y'all. We're only going to look at this one time because we looked at it a few times last Sunday. Then we're going to go into reading these couple of documents on these websites, guys, so you can continue to comprehend what it is with Trinzi versus Pagliaro. And again, if you need a reminder, right? Summary. In Trinzi, the court stated that, quote, statements of counsel, right? So any bar rat talking, right? Any attorney, British accredited registry member. That's what a bar rat is, an attorney, a bar member. Statements pertaining to that bar member in briefs or argument, while enlightening to the court, are not sufficient for purposes of granting a motion to dismiss or summary judgment. Interessante. Here we go. 9.5 minutes, y'all, nonstop. Here we go.
One of the things about the law business, the legal industry, is some of the most important things about law are actually so simple that they're easy to overlook. And there are only about 4 very simple truths. And if you know and understand these truths, you will be empowered to win. Here's the first great secret. Where does the court get its jurisdiction? We have a 2-tiered court system. There are the Supreme Courts and their tribunals. There are courts of inferior jurisdiction. When we're talking about Supreme Courts, like the United States Supreme Court and the Oklahoma Supreme Court, where do they get their jurisdiction? They get their jurisdiction because of who they are. But what about these courts of inferior jurisdiction? Where do they get their authority? The courts of inferior jurisdiction are empowered to act by pleadings sufficient to invoke their judicial authority, which means that the people, not the attorneys, the people that walk into that court empower that person in a black robe to be a judge.
Listen closely to what this guy just said. It is earth-shaking and game-changing. It puts the ball in your hands. What is he saying exactly? An injured human being has to show up in court and testify under oath that they have been injured, period. Prosecuting attorneys testify like they are the injured party, and they are not the injured party. They don't get to testify because they are not the ones injured, but they do it all the time because no one puts them in their place. Trinzi versus Pagliaro states statements of counsel in brief or an argument are not sufficient for summary judgment. If the judge doesn't like it, it's too bad. The Supreme Court, this is a Supreme Court ruling, and basically what it's saying is to the lawyer, shut up and sit down. You don't get to testify.
Jurisdiction has 4 corners on it. It's a 4-legged table. And if you take away one of those legs, it's not a court anymore. You win when you know how to invoke the court's jurisdiction, when you empower that judge to make the decision that you want that judge to make. That's the second great secret, is the Constitution, state constitutions, statutes, laws, rules. What meaning do they have as you read them in their black and white print? They don't really mean anything except a hint, a suggestion of what the law is. Well, we have a common law system. The Supreme Court tells you what that means. To find out what the law is, we have to find out what the Supreme Courts have said that that particular law means. Now, that's the second great secret. We have a means of finding out what the law is. It's written down. Where do we find the common law? It's the federal and state annotated statutes. Because, again, that's a secret. They don't want you to know that. If you can read the annotated statutes, now you know what the law is. The state annotated statutes. Those annotated statutes are going to tell me what the law is. But they're going to publish the holding. They're going to tell you the essence of that decision. And that essence of that decision, out of that case, is that one paragraph, that one sentence, or maybe just that one phrase that you need to win, and that's all you need. Trinzi versus Pagliaro is one of the most important cases that has ever been decided by the United States Supreme Court. But Trinzi versus Pagliaro is absolutely earth-shaking. The holding of Trinzi versus Pagliaro, statements of counsel in brief or argument are not sufficient for a summary judgment. Take it to heart, memorize it, get a tattoo that says that. Because that is one of the most important principles on law, in law. And that is one of the most powerful things that you will ever learn and have to use. That's according to the United States Supreme Court. But that 1/4 thing that has probably been missing 50 million times in this country when we got shafted in the court was a competent witness. Where's the competent witness? That's the 4th leg on that table. That table doesn't have 4 legs. That court did not have jurisdiction. Period. You've got to have somebody at some point in time before the judgment raise their hand and testify under oath and subject to cross-examination, or it's nonsense. If the other side supports their pleadings with an affidavit, which they rarely do, but if they do, you subpoena that witness because you want to question him under oath. And the idea that is the kernel of truth in Trinzi versus Pagliaro is a thread that runs through everything. Criminal, civil, it runs through everything. Administrative, it's got to be there. It's got to be there. How do I know? Here is a very good statement. And again, this is from an annotated statute. Actual facts not mere allegations of complaint, are determinative of issue of jurisdiction. Isn't that what I just said? If there's no witness, there's no facts. If there's no facts, there's no what? No jurisdiction. It's not what I think. I think it, but it's not true because I think it. It's true because it's the law. It's the law because the Supreme Court says yes, you've got to have a competent witness to have that fourth leg on that table, or there's no jurisdiction.
So you get into a courtroom, you're sitting in court, and the prosecuting attorney stands up and he says, Mr. Johnson was caught urinating on the next door neighbor's pet. You stand up and you say, if you're Mr. Johnson, you stand up and you say, I object, Your Honor. Trinzi versus Pagliaro. Statements of counsel in brief or an argument are not sufficient for summary judgment. See, the lawyer wasn't there. He doesn't know. He didn't see you piss on the neighbor's dog. He don't know what he's talking about. It's all hearsay. So you stand up and you object, and you do this 3 times. And on the 3rd time, if the judge doesn't catch on, you take exception to it. And then later on in the course of the legal proceedings, you bring it back to that, and it'll get tossed out. There's no doubt about it. It's a slam dunk case. This isn't my opinion. This is Supreme Court rulings. This is the most powerful thing you could ever think of. And here's the thing. It does not matter what you are in court for. It doesn't matter if you're in a criminal court. It doesn't matter if you're in a civil court. It doesn't matter if you're getting sued for money or if you're getting sued for murder, if you're getting sued. It doesn't matter what it's for. You have to have a competent witness stand up and testify and say you injured him. The lawyer doesn't get to do it. In another case, a lawyer might get up and say, Mr. Flintstone stole 72 cases of paper clips. And he's just reading from his paper there. That's when you stand up and you say, objection, Your Honor. Statements of counsel in brief or an argument are not sufficient for summary judgment. It's that freaking simple. The guy's got to sit down. He does not get to get up there and talk negatively about you. He don't know you. He doesn't get up there and get to say what an evil person you are because he has no first-hand knowledge. You can read it out of the, it's like he's reading it out of the daily newspaper. He's an idiot. And it's your job, if you want your freedom, to stand up to him and say, I object, and state Trinzi versus Pagliaro. It's that simple, folks.
All right. So, here we are, right here at casetext.com, Trinzi versus Pagliaro, right? And showing, other summaries or whatever where, there's other cases where Trinzi versus Pagliaro, the holding as Richard Cornforth. I know last Sunday, Mother MGL said Cornsworth, but it's Cornforth. Richard Cornforth. That's who that is. So I'm just making a correction. All righty. Openly and loudly. Pertaining to what we presented last Sunday as far as who that being was in the video that we actually saw. Obviously, the voice that we hear when the video's paused is someone else who's just doing their own commentary about Richard Cornforth's presentation. But it shows you then Sunsmo versus Calkins, the holding was presented, Penn versus Og. It was stated, and also Anderson versus M&T Bank. It was stated there. And it's stated in different ways. However, it's on the record that it was stated, right? So the opinion, right? Because most people are like, oh, well, case law is just opinion. However, it's a standing decision until overturned or challenged or however the case may be, right? And of course, we have case details also here on what it was. The case details let you know what the citation was. The full title is John S. Trinzi Jr. versus Frank J. Pagliaro and Albert Foreman, the Esquire, who probably was just running his mouth and should have shut the fuck up the whole time. The court where it took place was United States District Court, Eastern Division, Pennsylvania. And that was the 28th May, 1964, right? Citations 229 F sup or F sup, right?
Federal,
Is that,
that's the federal supplement.
that's what I thought I was about to say. Cool. 229 Federal Supplement 647, Eastern District, Pennsylvania. All right. And that's Pennsylvania Commonwealth. Capital P, lowercase a, period, is Pennsylvania Commonwealth. Whereas capital P, capital A is Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which is de facto.
Foreign corporate.
Correct. That's foreign corporate. Citing cases, so I guess cases that also, did some citing. Let's see, Twin Star Credit Union versus Canzoni, in Ray McKenna, and there's 20 other citing cases that are there also. You guys can go and check that for yourself. You go and type Trinzi v. Pagliaro for yourselves. Let's look at the opinion, right? So the opinion, civil action number 34873 for the 28th May 1964. Cohen Shapiro, Berger Cohen by David Berger, right? And Herbert B. Newberg, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Commonwealth for plaintiff. Silver Barsky by J.D. Barsky, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Commonwealth for defendants. Wood is the district judge, right? Not a magistrate judge. So when you go into a district court and, and say you get your, we have to make sure that everyone agrees that we want the magistrate judge, so here's a consent form for all to consent for the magistrate judge. No, we want the district judge.
Right. Just throw it in the trash.
Just throw it in the trash.
Or matter of fact, give me that. Let me highlight the part that says I have to consent, and then let me send it back to you.
Basically.
Tell you I don't consent.
Basically, yeah, I do not consent to the magistrate judge doing anything. The magistrate judge is like you putting, that's like instead of going to a dentist, you go to the students at the university to work on your teeth, and it's like, yeah, I don't want you experimenting on my gum line. Anyway, just saying. So this case, right, arises out of a dispute over the extent of the plaintiff's ownership interest in a tract of land of approximately 47.6 acres, located in Gulf Mills, Pennsylvania, known as, quote, Rebel Hill, end quote. By an agreement dated 29th April 1960, title to the land was taken by the plaintiff and the defendant Pagliaro. On 9th May 1960, pursuant to the second agreement between the parties, title was transferred to a trustee straw party, Howard Richard Esquire, for the benefit of Trinzi and Pagliaro. It was all good just a week ago. Anyway. Therefore, on 13th May 1960, Pagliaro, thereafter, on May 13th, 1960, or 13th May 1960, Pagliaro and his attorney, Albert Foreman Esquire, procured a blank deed from the straw party and his wife. It is this blank deed that the plaintiff, by his civil action, filed with this court, seeks to have nullified. It's like, hey man, nullify this blank deed. Following the delivery of the blank deed, the straw party, Richard, executed a deed on 29th November 1962, conveying Rebel Hill to Trinzi and Pagliaro as tenants in common. This deed was recorded in the office of the Recorder of Deeds for Montgomery County. A civil action was commenced by Pagliaro in Montgomery County in December 1962 against Trinzi and Richard as defendants in the Court of Common Pleas on the ground that Richard, at the instance of Trinzi, violated his duty as trustee when Richard executed the 29 November 1962 deed in favor of Trenzi and Pagliaro. This action resulted in a mistrial, and Trenzi filed a petition to have the case referred to arbitration before an American Arbitration Society. Okay. The Montgomery County Court granted this petition, and Pagliaro appealed the order to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which is awaiting decision at this time. The arbitration has not reached the hearing stage. Paragraph 17 of the 29th April 1960 agreement between Trenzi and Pagliaro provides for the settlement of any disputes by arbitration. Okay, so they're just following along what they said in their agreement. You want to read, bro?
No problem. The defendants, Pagliaro and Foreman, have filed a motion to dismiss the action in this court because of the possibility of further action in Montgomery County Court and the arbitration appeal before the Supreme Court. Also, the defendants contend in their motion that this action is moot because the deed is in the control of the Montgomery County Court, having been offered in evidence in the original action and not in the possession of Pagliaro. Finally, the defendants argue that if the state Supreme Court sustains the order for arbitration, this court will lack jurisdiction to decide the matter. This court has jurisdiction because of diversity and the amount involved. Look at that. I've had instances where it was probably the magistrate, if I go back and look, where they were saying that there's not sufficient diversity or something. Like the matter in controversy will be over 75,000. There will be diversity, but they'll say there's not sufficient diversity. Like, what does that even mean? The Montgomery County in personam action attacking the acts of the trustee, and which resulted in a mistrial, pardon me, as aforesaid, does not preclude this court from taking jurisdiction of this in rem action. This court, if the facts warrant such a determination, could nullify the blank deed of May 13, 1960, as prayed for, and declare the recorded deed creating ownership as tenants in common between the parties valid, or render such other relief as might be proper insofar as the land itself is concerned. On the record before us, the arbitration proceedings on appeal concern plaintiff trustees' claims for back pay and collateral matters under an agreement between the parties. There is nothing before us which would warrant a determination that the arbitration proceedings will in any way determine title to the land involved, notwithstanding the statement at argument that a counterclaim had been filed in the arbitration proceedings by defendant, which raised the questions previously before the Montgomery County Court. Furthermore, no mention was made on the May 13, 1960 blank deed in this counterclaim insofar as we are able to determine from the oral argument or the record. The action before this court being partly in rem because it seeks to nullify an outstanding deed and to remove a cloud on the title of the premises is not in conflict with the in personam action before the state court or the arbitration board. Insofar as this action is in personam, in that it seeks to restrain the defendants from executing the blank deed in favor of anyone other than the plaintiff, the federal court may proceed with the litigation because there is no bar to parallel federal and state actions where each court has jurisdiction over the persons. Let me say that again.
That's heavy right there.
There is no bar to parallel federal and state actions where each court has jurisdiction over the person. So, I mean, situation dealing with Moors who are not federal, state, municipal agents operating under a license or anything like that, there couldn't be a parallel federal and state actions in the courts involving you because the state courts have no personam jurisdiction, and actually the federal courts neither.
Jesus, Bruce Lee, Christ. Hey, Malika, what's going on, sis?
What's up, brothers?
What? Good.
peace.
You see, we're going over this Trinity versus Pagliaro. We're actually reading the opinions, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, man.
Is it a beautiful case?
It's actually very. It's funny because
It's a little ugly. No, I'm just kidding.
we're part of the jurisprudence gym. So reading it is like, man, this is so refreshing, and it's really plain and simple. It's not complicated to my eyes, right? And I'm sure it's not complicated to you guys' eyes. That's why I'm just like, man, that is amazing. I'm almost seeing it in my head. I feel like I'm having like television in my head. I can actually see the case happening. I can see the proceedings. I can see where they was, hey man, we got this for ourselves. And then somebody got greedy. That's what it sounds like overall. Somebody was trying to make something happen and make someone be, have the short end of the stick out of it all. It's like,
always remember the profit system, the profit mechanism, the constant expansion idea requires making merchandise out of ourselves and others. You have to take advantage of the so-called weak. You have to have a large group of people to harvest this so-called profit from, because it does not actually exist in the natural world. So the pursuit of it is what causes us to have to disregard morality.
It's like the what do they call it? The survival of the fittest mentality. You know what I
Yes.
mean?
That mentality is required for those types of systems where the value of the so-called money is based on scarcity, not abundance. So if the value of a currency and people value the currency more than people, okay, you're going to do things that are in the best interest of the currency, which requires scarcity. So you're going to do things that support scarcity.
Right. Like if somebody can't kick in for rent, they go off like that mother that was on that video. Get the fuck out of my house.
But yeah, basically, yeah.
You go against your own loved ones because of the stressful economic situations you're in, or because they can't help you the way you think they should be helping you financially.
You take it out on your fellow slaves instead of on the idea of the system itself.
Indeed. I'm listening. I just saw rule 12 coming up, so I was like, got a feeling. But you guys are exactly.
Oh, your guys going over the document? The wrong party or the
Oh no. It's saying in this Trinity versus Pagliaro, we're here on case text, right? And we're looking at, as we're reading, it's about to mention Rule B12.
You're talking about Federal Rule of Civil Procedure. I thought you were talking about Texas Rule 12.
No, but that's you're starting something. That would be something good to review also. However, after what Brother R just read here about, the federal courts may proceed with the litigation because there is no bar to parallel. In other words, there's no even bar to parallel.
Which is funny because in some situations they'll say if you're opening cases up on the state and federal level, they'll try to say that you're being a vexatious litigant or a frequent litigator, or you're filing, what did he call it? Frivolous cases, when you file multiple cases or something like that.
If you have the same causes of action the same parties.
Yeah, if it's the same suit, then that's
They're trying to say that, you know, you are playing the system, but
Mhm.
it's not required once you have the right argument.
Yeah, here they were saying the action before this court being partly in rem, right, pertaining to the thing, because
And
it's
persona.
correct. It seeks to nullify an outstanding deed and remove a cloud on the title
That's the thing.
of the premises, is not in conflict with the in personam action before the state. So what's in the state is dealing with in personam action.
Which is they want the being, they want some action taken against the being, which means they would need the personal jurisdiction.
Correct. Where the federal court is ruling on, hey man, we need to nullify this blank they that you're doing. One is dealing with an action on somebody's, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm open for correction, what somebody did that they weren't supposed to be doing. Whereas this is saying, look, we need to remove that, you know, the outstanding deed and the cloud on the title.
Cloud. Mhm.
Remove the outstanding deed and the cloud on the title, then even if it's quote unquote seemingly remanded back to the state level, again, I'm open for correction, then they could go, well, see, the federal court ruled that the deed is outstanding and the cloud on the title has been removed. So now the actions you guys took to have this shit done, there's a void ab initio principle, I think, taking place here. Again, I'm open for correction.
Mm-hmm.
Am I miscomprehending this?
No, that sounds about right. And then also like I said, that they had to have jurisdiction over the persons in order to have them take some type of action. They have to have that jurisdiction over the thing, which would mean it would have to be in the county, right? Like they were saying that the deed is in the county and stuff like that.
Exactly. And hold on, and it's saying, this action before this court being partly in rem because it seeks to nullify an outstanding deed and remove a cloud on the title of the premises, is not in conflict, which means there's no parallel. There's no bar in parallel.
Mm-hmm.
And is not in conflict with the in personam action before the state court or the arbitration board. So it's like, yeah, yo, you can have what you got going on with the arbitration board and the state court. That what y'all got going on there is not similar with what y'all got going on here.
And they threw a case law in there too to support that whole parallel federal and state actions.
Insofar as actions in personam, in that it seeks to restrain the defendants from executing the blank deed in favor of anyone other than the plaintiff, the federal court may proceed with the litigation because there is no bar to parallel federal and state actions where each court has jurisdiction over the persons. Pennsylvania or Penn General Casualty Company versus Pennsylvania, 294 U.S. 189 195 55 SCT. That makes me think South Connecticut. But you got your abbreviations just to remind me. 38679 LED, right? I'm just gonna say that's what, the legal edition, or man, the abbreviations, the meanings are just kind of escaping me right now.
Oh, pardon me. I'll get the book real quick, bro. It's nothing.
Yeah, indeed. 850, and that's in 1935, the same year that the Social Security Act was I guess published, one could say, right? But yeah, we'll come back when Brother R has the S.CT. And then the L.ED.
Oh, that's Supreme Court.
Okay, got you. Supreme Court. So forgive me. That's what I'm like, why is that slipping? That's not Connecticut, it's Pennsylvania. But anyway, that's great. That's great. Supreme Court.
That part right there is significant too, right? Where it says the defendant's motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim unsupported by affidavits or deposition is incomplete. Because it requires this court to consider facts outside the record which have not been presented in the form required by the rules. That's extremely important, because that is why whenever an attorney puts in a motion to dismiss or in lieu of a summary judgment, that is the only defense that we need against it. The record is incomplete. You don't have your hearsay evidence, being the attorney, is insufficient because it's not supported by affidavits or depositions from witnesses.
Because you don't have a witness. Without a witness, you don't have no facts.
Right. Without a witness, without a competent witness, you have no competent facts before the court under which to grant a summary judgment from the attorneys. So when we bring claims against them and they try to 12B6 us, they're doing it unsupported without any affidavits from the alleged defendants we're suing. They can't get our cases dismissed. And when we bring that up, they get butthurt. And it's very important that we keep bringing it up.
And the judges, so that means that the alleged judges are not giving effect to Supreme Court rulings because you're not bringing it up. When you bring it up, they have a choice there. They have a choice to break the law or uphold it.
So the defendant's motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim unsupported by affidavits or depositions is incomplete because it requests. So the defendant's motion is incomplete. Make sure I comprehended that correctly. Because I
would say, or any plaintiff or defendant, anybody who's doing a motion to dismiss, who is coming through an attorney and not having anything to support the statements from the counsel.
So in other words, the defendant should have, if I'm seeing this correctly, the defendant should have had an affidavit on the record.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. The defendant's motion to dismiss. For what? For failure to state a claim. Unsupported by affidavits or deposition is incomplete because it requests this court to consider facts outside the record which have not been presented in the form required.
What was the
required by Rule 12B6? Rule 12B6.
What was that abbreviation again? L what?
L.ed.
L.ed. Interesting.
Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 12B, pertains to pretrial motions, and 12B6 specifically deals with motions to dismiss for failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. As a practical matter, Rule 12B6 motions are rarely successful. And when they are, their success usually has more to do with the judge than the law.
Man, that's exactly what I just said. The judge got to make a decision. The judge is allowing statements of counsel in brief or argument without depositions and without affidavits and without witness testimony. They're allowing these motions to succeed. They're coming with insufficient pleading and they're getting some type of credit for that when they should be getting declined.
Well, when we don't bring up the points, nor are we able to support them by referencing the rules, we're not typically going to make the correct opposition. So we usually say, well, what do I do? Or how do I answer? And it's like, well, is it deficient? Is it insufficient?
You got to attack the insufficiencies.
Exactly. You got to attack that insufficiency.
So can we look at the abbreviation real quick? Because they got a few ones here. Are you saying it's capital L dot capital E lowercase d dot?
Correct.
Okay, that's Lawyers Edition Supreme Court Reports, United States.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's why I said law edition or legal edition. That's why I said, why is it escaping me? And S.CT. is Supreme Court. We'll never forget that again.
Oh, yeah. I could pull that one up too, just to see if they got other things in there.
Indeed. So how to present defenses. Every defense to a claim for relief in any pleading must be asserted in the responsive pleading if one is required, but a party may assert the following defenses by motion. Lack of subject matter jurisdiction may be a defense by motion.
Yeah, S.CT. is Supreme Court and Supreme Court reporter.
Got you. Lack of personal jurisdiction. Improper venue. Insufficient process. Hey, look at that. Insufficient process. I think that one right there can beat the traffic ticket situation every time. Insufficient process. I'm open for correction.
But I mean, number one, lack of subject matter jurisdiction. If I'm minding my own private business and you can only regulate public business, you can't make it past number one.
That is actually true. That is actually true. Because in order for it to be of like kind subject matter, then who's being ran off the road and given a summons, a complaint, citation, and summons would have to be someone who is of like kind. They would have to be a policy enforcer themselves.
Exactly. They're supposed to be pulling their own officers over. And just yesterday, I came across somebody showing that a new sergeant actually started to do that, prosecute the other officers, and they fired him. After the second one, they fired him.
That's ridiculous.
Who fired him? Whoever fired him needs to be hung.
Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
Because that's the same thing with that Virgin Islands attorney general prosecuting the bank and getting fired the next day. But in the defense, he said because he didn't delegate authority for her to do that. But then that's where it's like, okay, well, how come you guys are letting it happen to the people? You're letting non-attorney generals, you're letting these
because we don't make that argument. Who makes the argument besides, people who've taken a few classes at
You're right. But if you look at number 3, is that not territorial jurisdiction right after subject?
Correct. Exactly. And I think they put the most important ones in order. Because if you lack subject matter jurisdiction, you absolutely lack all of the others. Yep. And again, if you lack the first one and the second one, you lack all the others. One of my favorites that they stuck in at the end, though, is that failure to join a party under Rule 19, which is the undisclosed indispensable party called the United States.
Man, hey, look, that's what it like really dawned on me. Like, I know I've been reading and studying for a long time, but like it really just smacked me hard like a couple days ago when I was just thinking like, this motherfucker is not the United States. He's trying to like these people are
impersonating Congress because you're trying to collect the impost, excise, duty, etc. The Article 1, Section 8, only Congress shall have the power.
They're not the government. And if you say, oh, okay, well, they are an extension of the government because they're licensed and organized under the government. Well, how come they don't have an oath of office? How come they didn't disclose that they were governmental? And how come they didn't disclose that they can only deal with people who are in the government? You see what I'm saying? Like the only thing they tell you, this is the one, you guys should get a clue.
They can't tell you that last part because that's going to free just that last sentence right there. It's like, wait a minute. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14. What?
But the clue they give you, is, oh no, we need a government issued ID.
That's a clue right there. Yes, for sure.
And it's like, it doesn't dawn on the people while they're given a government ID that they're being considered agents.
Well, consider when a corporation incorporates, meaning joining something that is already there. What is that thing that they're incorporating into and becoming a part of? What is that thing?
The state, which is a part of the United States.
So they all take on such a public character.
Which means every single being who's employed at a job that's organized under the laws of any one of the states should take an oath of office. Cashiers, the door guy, they should all have an oath to the Constitution because there's no way you can be charged with the duties of upholding state statutes without first taking an oath to the Constitution.
how they get around that is a lot. I don't know if you guys ever looked this up, but if you look up CEOs that have to take oaths of office,
Mhm.
you'll be surprised. They will take that the head agent took an oath of office
Mhm.
because, and it says it very clearly in the Idaho statutes that a corporation has, through their license, takes on having to uphold the Constitution of the state.
Of course. Yeah, if you look at corporations, like the statutes that govern corporations, it says that they have the right to create bylaws that are not
Yeah,
inconsistent.
not inconsistent with,
Mhm.
right? Let me see if I can pull up the Idaho one.
I know the Nevada one. I know the Nevada one for sure is chapter 78.
Yeah.
NRS 78 point like 0 something 0. 010.
Okay. Yeah, pull that up.
Let me look it up on the phone real quick.
Is this it, Malika? Chapter 4, Oath of Office, 59-401, Loyalty Oath.
Hold on a second. I'm not even on your screen because I'm trying to make sure that I got it.
Yeah, it's so funny because they call chapter 78 private corporations.
Wow.
What private corporations? Oh, that's
Right.
that private sector.
Privately owned by the government, privately ceded to the government.
Okay, here it goes. I got it. It's section 7 of the Idaho Constitution. It says acceptance of Constitution by corporations. That's actually the title of the section.
Okay, so Idaho Constitution.
Yeah. So if I get screen share, I could share it.
Oh, okay. No worries. I'll still just do that for when I come back. I know you said it's sections.
Ah,
And
why is this not letting me?
there
click it?
you go.
Oh, you found it?
No. I gave you
Okay. Okay. Let me share it. Here it is here. And I always advise people, even if you cannot, of course, if you wish to search for it in the local jurisdiction, but if you cannot find it, don't hesitate and take weeks and definitely don't take months when you can just activate full faith and credit.
Exactly.
It says right here, acceptance of Constitution by corporations. No corporation other than a municipal corporation shall have the benefit of any legislation without first filing with the office of the Secretary of State acceptance of the provisions of this Constitution in binding form.
Ooh, what are they talking about? Put on a mask. I should smack you in your mouth for telling me what to do with mine.
Well, considering that the mask mandate was a federal mandate, that lets you know that it's only applicable in federal areas.
No, but still,
Exactly.
even so, that mask rule violates constitutional provisions. The right to be secure.
Unless you're enforcing it on only those federal, state, or municipal agents.
That will tell you that they're not the United States then, because if you can enforce something on federal agents who are supposed to have constitutional rights as well, how can you enforce something on a federal agent just because they're a federal agent? That
It's because they're
violates
at work. It's like saying how can Target make the employees wear red shirts and khaki pants? Don't they have constitutional rights to wear whatever they want?
I see what you're saying. Yep. Yeah.
I'll say this on what you just read here for the Idaho Constitution, section 7, because it made me just think of something, and I'm open for correction. Every corporation then is taking an oath of office, even if they're not. I'm gonna say why.
Because they're incorporated. That's what it's saying. You're incorporated. You have to show that you accepted the provisions of this Constitution in binding form.
So any business, anybody registering their business with the state, and the state being the governor, that means they're a governor's deputy.
They're definitely under the governor.
Okay, that brings me to the research that I was just doing about corporations in general, like how they got created, and it comes up on the American Bar Association. One of the best links about it comes up on the American Bar Association,
Let's
where
see it.
y'all want to see it.
Yeah,
Why
I got
not?
that statue. I got that statue too. If you wanted to look at that too before or after, I put it in the chat. So
Okay, it's one. It might have been. I might have just tagged it under corporations. Let's see, because if I did, it'll be yes. Okay, so a couple weeks ago, I was doing this research and came across this case law where it says corporations, artificial bodies, artificial bodies politic, created by an act of the state.
So then they're all.
wait, hold on. Hold on. What does that mean when they say an active state? Because I thought it would have to say an active legislature.
No, corporations, artificial bodies, they're only supposed to be okay. So what it says, okay, let me see if I have the link to the no, I don't have the link to the ABA. Maybe I called it corporate beginning. Forgive me, but I did link to the American Bar Association link that talks about the fact that originally corporations were only created by the government and only for a specific purpose, and then they had a death day. They could not exist for
Right.
perpetuity.
You did bring that up before, that they were never supposed to
Never.
exist.
And that this link right here, where I'm surprised I didn't actually put the whatever research I was doing around this time, that was what I was bringing up. And it was just researching the creation of corporations in the first place. How did they become a thing? Because they're not talked about in the Constitution. Corporations are not talked about in the Constitution. And that's a very strange thing, because it makes you think, well, what allows corporations to exist? And what allows them to exist through registration with the state?
Right. Because at the end of the day, the corporations they get so big and out of hand, they start controlling the politics.
Of course.
And it's like many.
So it's like a way to circumvent or usurp the power of the actual government by having the government create an entity that becomes greater than itself, more powerful than itself. Control the tail starts wagging the dog. There's no way that was the intent of the Constitution.
Never, yeah.
That the fall guy is the governor of whatever state that corporation is registered under or registered within. Because again, correct me if I'm wrong, the act that is termed registering is you giving up whatever you're saying is yours, whatever right to administer, whatever you have the right to administer, and you're saying, instead of me governing my own affairs, I would just like to be a lessee in this ordeal that I'm now going to allow the governor to acquire and be the lessor over. So they're all under oath. Because now if we were to use it in terms of landlord and tenant, every time one who thinks they have their business, they own their business, and it's with the state, they are now a tenant. They have now leased their own business by sharecropping via registration with the government. I'm open for correction.
Yeah, but it's not being presented to the people that way. So that's why there's that disconnect of people not realizing that all these businesses is the United States, basically.
Well, considering that they're all acting through licenses, layers and layers of licenses, and remember what one cannot do as a principle, one cannot just create layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy and suddenly be able to do it through agency. And that's what we're allowing to happen. If you don't have a case of like kind, you don't have e justem generis, And that's, for example, why they tell us a manufacturer of a thing, whether it be a purse or a car, cannot do business directly with the end user. That's the typical industrial age mindset. But if the manufacturer is the principal and they cannot deal with the end user directly, then they just can't suddenly create layers of agents called brokers and dealers, and Shazam, suddenly they can, as agents of the manufacturer who cannot deal with the private people.
Right.
It's an impossibility, and it's really that simple. And I hope I'm communicating it in a way that people are grasping what I'm saying and are able to put it directly into action. If you can't deal with me privately as a manufacturer of whatever that thing is, house, car, boat, purse, shoes, clothes, you can't just get a retailer and a wholesaler and a small wholesaler and then a salesman. And then, oh, suddenly, yes, I can do business with the private people. No, you have to stay within the realm of others who are also acting in agency.
Right.
I like
so,
this.
So I wanted to show you guys chapter 78, which is quote unquote private corporations, right? General powers, under powers, it says any corporation organized under the provisions of this chapter, and you look at E, right, E, it says has all the rights, has such rights, right. All right, we're supposed to be looking at two, pardon me. Every corporation by virtue of its existence as such is entitled, E, to make bylaws not inconsistent with the Constitution or laws of the United States or of this state, for management, regulation, and government of its affairs and property. So again, if you're, okay, so they say that sales tax is for the privilege of selling tangible personal property at retail. That would be, let's say that would be their property, right? How are they regulating and governing the affairs of their property? Are they asking for Federal Reserve notes for that property? Aren't they already violating the Constitution by having it in their bylaws that they're going to operate their business on Federal Reserve notes rather than gold and silver coin, pursuant to Article 1, Section 10?
The Federal Reserve notes probably not even mentioned in their bylaws.
Only if they are not claiming to be government. If they're claiming to be Chuck E. Cheese, of course, Chuck E. Cheese could make what their own money or use monopoly money or whatever. And that's how the Constitution really hemmed them up. It says no state shall do blah, blah, blah. So if you're doing blah, 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 you're obviously not acting as the state.
Exactly.
When you're doing that, which again, it continues to point to the fact that they can only work with their internal agents, employees, and contractors.
So then if one goes in, say, a grocery store and they exercise their dominion by grabbing some lettuce, a couple other fruits and vegetables, and putting it in their, private property bag and walking out, when a policy enforcer would go to accost you and charge you with theft or larceny or anything, wouldn't the United States be that indispensable party that has to actually bring that case?
Yeah, correct. And that's what me and Keith been saying at the end and in the middle of every single class, the United States, because they are acting as a creditor.
Exactly.
They're acting
and
as a
so
creditor.
when you ask, okay, so then under 1692G, validation of debt, the original creditor and name and address has to be provided. That's why I told the attorney who's trying to speak for AG Properties, which again, the motherfucking name that he's doing business under is a fictitious firm name. Fictitious firm name cannot hold legal title or property like that. So who's the original creditor? Name and address, please. I'm waiting for it because
1600 Pennsylvania.
Let's look at that UCC one.
Congress, 1600 Pennsylvania. Look at that stuff.
Then we got to ask them, is this land owned by or ceded to? That's the only
Exactly.
question. That's the only, let me see those session papers that put these coordinates in the state.
With the consent of the legislature, right?
Yes, let's see it. Let's see the application by the United States for this piece of land to be in the United States.
Well, of course it's in the state. The
Of
address,
course.
the physical.
Well, then just provide the lawfully promulgated record.
Well, the address is
The address.
record.
No, what? That's just the mailing. Come on.
Do
want me
you
to call-
live under a roof that has an address assigned to it?
Are you making a legal determination?
Here
Are you asking me to violate my own Fourth and Fifth Amendment by being a witness against myself? Are you asking me to violate the first
Absolutely.
two? Because I have the right to remain silent as well.
Right? I get if that crackhead guy can do it, why we can't do it?
man, like I need some methadone, man.
Bro, I
He
just
acts
came
right
here.
up
I just
front.
came here for a Coke.
And he still beat him. He
Def-
still beat them.
definitely
And
did.
they caught him with a firearm, quote unquote firearm, right?
Yeah, but you know, it all goes back to that authority to speak to me.
And
Right?
hold on. And the not Olmsted, but well, they do speak about it in the Olmsted versus United States thing. They say what's it called? The exclusionary rule.
Mm-hmm.
You obtain all evidence obtained in violation of rights
Yep.
is inadmissible.
Right. So if you started talking to me, communicating with me about a debt, apprehended me, which you detained me without having a grand jury indictment, you can't use the fact that you got me with goods on me. You can't use that evidence.
Right.
Correct.
If you unlawful search and seizure, anything
Yeah,
taken
yes, you did an unlawful search and seizure first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, so the evidence that you gathered after you did the unlawful search and seizure, you can't use that evidence. So now you got no evidence.
And it's like what Hasan just read, that typically it's basically up to the judge, which again, now here comes in the clean hands principle,
Yeah,
which states that the motherfucking judge is not supposed to aid somebody who's operating unethically, which
you can't have that good faith, that good faith.
that good faith,
At all.
that good old faith goes out the window, huh?
Yep. Okay, so I found the
All
the
right.
link to the ABA. I can show you guys. Let's go in my search history.
Put it in the Zoom chat too. If you don't mind.
Just throw it in the chat.
All right, let me put it in the chat. And put it in the
Just
Zoom
we
chat.
the
You guys can put it in the
Oh, I like that title already.
right.
Because we the people include corporations.
Because the reverse is true as well. Does corporations include we the people? Because what's happening is the government is told that they can regulate this interstate, and foreign commerce. And then we have gurus out here telling people that we the people are also always engaged in this interstate and foreign commerce, which we are not.
It's impossible. We don't sleep. You know what I mean?
I mean,
How
even
can I
the
be
licenses
24/7?
tell you, even the licensing bylaws tell you you're only liable under the license when you're operating under the license. So having a license, whether it be a driver, a marriage, or any other type, if you're not operating it at that time of the alleged transaction, even if you have it, they cannot automatically bind you to it. It's not
Okay.
24/7. So we come down here, even though it's a very interesting article. I hate the way they started off.
Yeah,
You know.
African American or some shit. I just seen it.
Yeah, and they talk about Dred Scott, I think it is.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Plaintiff in error.
I keep thinking, I keep hearing Taj's voice when he was talking about how the government never used to have the right to pull you over. He's like, the government never had that right. They never had that right. Like they never were allowed to just stop you and ask for ID. That didn't used to exist at one point.
It still doesn't. The only thing that allows them, what people are doing is they're reading the bylaws where it says, for example, warrantless arrest. And then it says you can do a warrantless arrest, blah, blah, blah. But they're not conscious of the fact that in order to get to read that section, you had to open up the employee handbook. Are you an employee? You had to go into the employee handbook to read that bylaw. And you read it in the employee handbook, and all of a sudden you go, see, it says right here, they can they can arrest us without a warrant. No, not us, fool.
If it's a bylaw, then for sure that's for that business, not for anything outside of it.
It's
That's
like
why
going, it's like reading the book at Target that says when you're in the building, you have to wear a red shirt and khaki pants. And
That's
you
only for
think
the
that
work.
when you go in there to gather and hunt and gather, you have to be also wearing a red shirt and khaki pants. That's not.
That's what I told the them people at Whole Foods. Like, my foot crossing the threshold of the door of your store does not bind me to your policies. I don't give a fuck about your policies. What is you talking to me for? Do we have a contract?
I'm not the one that has to wear the red shirt and khaki pants.
Exactly.
You can only talk to me when it's of like kind. So while you're at work, please shut up unless you have proof I too am at work. And I don't care necessarily if we're working for the same motherfuckers, but at least we still need to both be at work. And when I'm in here, I'm doing my private business. I'm not at work.
That's like the really quick example. You wash cars for a living, or you wash land conveyances, whatever term you want to use. And then when you get off work, you go to wash your car. You're not operating under your car washing license when you're washing your own private land conveyance at
Or
your
even
house.
if you're washing your neighbor's car in exchange for dinner or sex or weed or whatever.
Anything.
You're not, that's not the same as when you're actually employed. And people are unable to make that distinction. So they read bylaws and go, oh, look, it says they can do that to us.
Yeah, to us.
They can do that. Yeah, they say, you know, they can do it to we.
Right.
We. Yeah. Okay, so this is where it starts to get good.
They go around reading. And you know how they put, pardon the interjection, you know how they put like the statues on the wall, like no trespassing or, you know, handicap parking. They go around reading all the signs like we. They talking about we.
Clueless when they're a plaintiff in error at almost all the time.
It's yes, like Keith always says, at least 98% of us don't qualify to be in the transactions that we're engaged in. And instead of trying to figure out a way to go along to get along, learn how to call out the bullshit. It's like calling out somebody cheating in spades or cheating in Jim Romney. You know, we gotta learn how to call it out. But see where it says here, the evolution of corporate form. This is someone speaking with first, you know, in first person, because they actually wrote this book, right? They wrote a book called Corporate Citizen ? An argument for the separation of corporation and state. What is that telling you? It's not separate, because what a corporation does is incorporate into the state. They are not separate. That's why it says very clearly, and not just in the rules or statutes for Idaho. That was just one of the first ones that was pointed out to me. Of course, on lawfulliving.com, I pulled up several other states that have similar clauses that expose the same thing. Okay, so while at this, what does it say here? In a nutshell, in my book, I argue that the Supreme Court is allowing, this is criminal, allowing for vastly expanded corporate rights, while at the same time, the same court is excusing corporations from a growing list of responsibilities. That's criminal.
Yeah.
As I demonstrate in my book, they're trying to give corporations the dominion of people. They're trying to, what do you call it when you try to make something inanimate or unreal animate?
Personify.
Yeah, they're trying to personify. They're trying to do like onomatopoeia. Okay.
Anthropomorphic tales.
Yeah.
They're giving, you know, character.
Corporate soul. Okay, when a corporation can only act through its agents. So they're trying to make it that it takes on a spirit, if you will, of its own, which we cannot allow. So as I demonstrated in my book, corporate lawyers have a long history of arguing for expanding notions of corporate personhood in America. In fact, early American lawyers were only carrying on a tradition that started centuries ago across the sea in Europe. The idea, here you go, of anthropomorphizing
See,
corporations.
anthropomorphizing indeed. I just said
Mhm.
this.
Yep. Corporations through corporate personhood dates back to medieval Pope, the municipal.
The
Medieval
Archbishop,
Pope,
right?
Metropolitan.
who was also a lawyer.
Jesus Christ.
Separation of church and state, or corporation and state, because a church is a religious
You're
corporation.
right. You gotta say Jesus, Morpheus, Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, King Morpheus Christ.
Yeah.
Stop it.
The
Woe
idea.
unto you lawyers.
Yes, look at it. The Pope was also a lawyer. Come
Well,
on.
remember they built the tombs and killed the prophet. So
Right.
Luke 11:46 through 52.
I love when the truth comes directly from the horse's mouth. We're on the AmericanBar.org.
Mm.
Okay. The idea of corporate personhood
spread across Europe.
spreads across Europe. Jumped. Look how it's like an infection. Spread. It jumped to England and landed, hop, skip, and a jump in America, along with the British colonists. How apropos based on our last conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Corporations have worked.
It had the spirit of that crown virus.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Jumping
That
from land to
corona
land. Yeah.
messing with people's minds, messing with people's heads.
Mm.
Corporations have evolved. We have to get over this term.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Corporations are not what has evolved. These attorneys right here, they've been pushing an envelope. The corporations have not evolved, except in the minds, because that's the only place they exist, of people,
Mm-hmm.
based on lobbying of these people.
Mhm.
Okay, but they use the terms hypnosis. Corporations have evolved radically since America became a nation at the end of the 18th century. This other probably agent explained the historical path of the expansion of corporations from which lets you know this is how they were created. Single purpose entities with limited terms of existence into the current now multi-purpose. They say immortal, but also immoral.
Yeah, right.
Behemoths we have today.
Hmm.
In this case, he cites limitations upon the scope of a business corporation's power and activity were also long universal. The limitations are universal. At first, corporations could be formed under general laws only for a limited number of purposes. See, now when you go read some of those statutes and codes, you'll see them say, and for other purposes. They start just including and for other purposes. They don't actually say what the purposes are. Okay, general laws they were only supposed to be for a limited number of purposes, usually those which required a relatively large fixed capital, like transportation, banking, and insurance, and mechanical, mining, and manufacturing enterprises. That's your things that have to be, or I shouldn't say have to be, things that are more economical to be created in mass scale, like telecommunications, for example, lines that connect data of all types. It has to cross, in order for it to be useful or most useful, it has to cross jurisdiction, it has to cross lines, it has to be intrastate, interstate, international, in order for it to make sense. So what would happen is the government would create a corporation for a specific project, like telecommunications, for example. And then when that job was done, we're done connecting all the lines or whatever, that corporation would dissolve because the purpose for it has been reached. Just like any other business project should and would go.
Sounds like the nature of case-by-case basis.
But now what happened? Permission to incorporate, meaning joining up, becoming one with the state. Okay, this is why this book is called Separation of Corporation and State. So incorporating.
That's naturalization.
Yes, it is.
Hmm?
I'm so glad you brought that up, because it becomes obvious once you start to recognize the pattern that that is what the definition of naturalization is. Permission to incorporate for any lawful purpose was not common until this time.
After the overthrow, 1861 is the coup d'etat from the Republic to the demos.
And when were the Reconstruction Acts?
Between 1860 and 1870.
See? Permission. Who gave this permission, and who would have had to have given it in order for it to be legit?
5 years after Reconstruction.
14th July 1870 is the Naturalization Act.
See?
Right. Damn, look at the year. And this is 1875, 5 years later.
Yeah. It didn't become common. Not saying it didn't exist,
But it didn't become common.
but they didn't hypnotize enough people into thinking that they gave permission to. Nobody did this. No one did that.
Bring up a very, very interesting point here.
If someone did this, would that not be Congress making law, or someone impersonating Congress trying to make law?
It does. It sounds just like it. Actually, someone trying to. Then this is why we utilize their stuff to remind them why they don't need to be talking to us.
All or majority of incorporators or directors or both were required to be residents of the incorporating state.
Wow. That's discriminatory as fuck.
That sounds like monopoly too.
Yeah.
The powers which the corporation might exercise in carrying out its purposes were sparingly conferred and strictly construed.
It sounds like they were like, give me your energy to all the corporations. So the state just used the corporate energy to make themselves bigger. But at the end of the day, it just ended up being the corporations just running so-called government.
If you want to say they used it to make themselves bigger, okay, you still have to understand that the only way they can do that legitimately is simply by expanding employee benefits. You still have to somehow be part of their mechanism. And then they're able to use these so-called corporations partially as their company store, their own company store. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's Nike's company store, but the Fed is like, hey, see, if you incorporate with us, see, we'll help to protect you. And in exchange for the taxes you pay us, you know, you get to service our members when they come into your establishment.
That's crazy, because they'll steadily tell these people that they have private businesses, that they reserve the right to refuse service to anyone they choose for no reason.
Right. Well, I mean, God allows for people to tempt us into bullshit and for us to be like, nah, this is whack. But we don't usually say that. We go, well, we're allowed to discriminate. See this sign? Somebody in a fancy suit wrote on paper that I could discriminate against you for this arbitrary reason.
So you see the sign? Oui.
No, I don't see the sign. I'm like the dog that can't read. So I go in the grocery store and grab the chicken off of the open rotisserie bin. Okay.
Mm.
And run out and feed my partners. And everybody's gonna think that's so cute and clap them when the dog does it, right? But when a hungry man or woman does it,
Oh, he's a criminal.
yeah.
Wow.
Huh?
That's like criminalizing a child for crying when they're hungry.
That's right.
You don't cry.
As I see they talking about now, you know, these corporations being enlarged and all that, what comes to mind is David and Goliath. And it's like, no matter how large Goliath was, you know, truth, after love missed, truth penetrated his pineal gland, and his own words was used to decapitate him. Even
Right.
though it said like that in the story, it says that David threw the second stone after missing with the first stone. And once it penetrated the forehead of Goliath, he then took Goliath's sword and decapitated him and buried the skull at Golgotha, at Calvary. Whereas that's why I say we're utilizing, and I got a text too, you know, from Mother Delilah, and I get where her comprehension is based on, you know, her studying with Brother Taj, and but she was asking me about, you know, going over personam jurisdiction. And I'm like, we're using their rules against them as the short truth. It's yes, it's true. We're Moorish Americans, and the first thing we establish is being Moorish American is status. Status meaning we're not of like kind. We get that. We're not saying that we're not doing that. So we are saying we're Moorish
That
American.
can also include diversity.
Correct, because we're also saying by us not being of like kind with you guys, there's a diversity of citizenship. You guys are members over there in corporate world. We're members over here being, you know, American citizens, you know, which is in the letters that we read on Friday, definitely every Friday. You see what I'm saying? However, the third portion, because one is, yes, you're Moorish American. Two, your descendant pertaining to Moroccans made manifest on American soil here at a Maxim at the North Gate. The third leg is the short truth, though. So we did the truth, we did the whole truth. However, the short truth is we're not these corporate agents. We're not corporate. Say that again.
There goes Brandeis again.
Yeah. Brandeis is like
Brandeis.
the Albert Pike of court
Of the
justice.
Supreme Court, yeah.
Yeah, right. So, however, I just wanted to, because I'm not sure if Mother Delilah is watching Friday's presentation or now, because she's texting me like directly though.
This is where you can recognize usurpation of power. As this justice noted, the purpose of corporations were once narrow and now incredibly broad. That's usurpation. If this is what they were created to be, and then they're doing this, it's time to rein their ass in.
And it's causing a problem.
Say again.
And it's causing a problem. It's not like they're incredibly broad and everything is all good. No, they're causing problems.
Yes. One of the big changes from the founding to today is that at founding, only a special legislative act could create a corporation. Does that sound like that Federal Reserve Act, for example?
Interesting. Only a special legislative act could create a corporation.
Yes, a special legislative, a special one, like perhaps why they declare emergencies and then create entire industries under that emergency, like the Emergency Banking Act.
That's their template. They do that all the time.
Yes, yeah. And then when you again read their legislation, right in the beginning, it will say an act to do blah, blah, blah. And instead of one narrow purpose, they will say and other purposes. And then they will also say in the very next sentence, and declares an emergency.
Well, yeah, when you think about it, the United States has always been under emergency, under war. There was no peace treaty ending the Civil War. they've always been at war. Like the United States has always been at war for almost all the years. How many years in existence has it been? They've been at war over 200 of those years for sure. They always got to be under an emergency. That's the only way that they can actually do what they're doing. And even then, they're not supposed to be doing it.
Right. Because you cannot use your emergency powers to circumvent
The Constitution.
the Constitution, right?
So, I was gonna say with that is, that is like that's like a fucking larger scale of abusive process. They're using the Emergency Act for the wrong purpose.
They're using a legitimate process for an ulterior motive. So that is the definition of abusive process. That's the elements of abusive process. And so that's awesome to recognize. It's all abusive process for the purposes of conversion and identity theft. That's all it is.
That's the Social Security Act.
Human trafficking and racketeering.
Yes. The whole Social Security Act is trafficking in persons.
Yep.
The whole thing. And so when people try to use it to say, and this is why we need to take the number on the front and back of the Social Security card and do blah blah blah, I'm like, I'm gonna not do that. So okay, look at the foundations of things, guys, and this is what separates the wheat from the chaff. This is what separates. Are you having a guru lead you around by the nose, or are you going back to the foundation of the transaction? Are you just like, well, I don't know, but so-and-so tried blah, 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 and I'm just going to insert the result and claim that what I perceive to be correlation is the causation? There's no need for that. There's no need for fairy tales. Look at the beginning of things. Ask yourself, well, how, if it was created to be narrow, was it allowed to get broad and create the problems that the founders who knew to only create them for narrow purposes and dissolve them for what they when they're done, as opposed to allowing it for any lawful purpose? Like who authorized this?
Right.
In other words, you only have a frozen cup business during summertime. Or you have a frozen cup stand. I'm not saying business, a frozen cup stand during summertime. You're not trying to have frozen cups all year round.
You know, the reason the justification for it to be handled on a government scale, it was because, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, it's a project that requires group effort, like building a bridge, like they're about to explain right here. Okay. They're for enterprises when it's required for it to be on a large scale. Okay, so one of the big changes from the founding to today is at founding, only special legislative act could create a corporation. By contrast, under general incorporation statutes, incorporators can file a few administrative papers. And they use attorneys for this, remember? A few administrative papers. Pay a few fees. And be the proud owner of their very own corporation. Your very own imaginary friend.
That's so funny.
Just by making a wish. Bippity, boppity, boop. I now have my very own imaginary friend that is an inanimate object. And many take advantage of this ease and convenience. Like the attorneys, they make millions of shell corporations every year. Approximately 2 million every year in the United States alone, especially in Delaware.
2 million agents.
And you see what they call them? U.S.
corporations. Oh, those are U.S. businesses.
Yes, yes. like these small business small business interests, they define them as in the code. That's a term to look up in the USC, small business interest. That is what they consider everyone anytime they use a tax ID number specifically and including an SSN. You are considered a small business interest.
So again, it just said under statute, after filing administrative papers and giving a fee.
Trading with the Enemy Act.
That's why I said the fall guy is the governor. Now, granted, I know
Yes, because they are the head administrative office and recorder of those administrative
they're
things.
the fall guy. That's why I'm sitting
The
here
Secretary of State is in the governor's office, right?
Indeed.
That's why I'm like, they're the fall. He's the fall guy.
So is everything else, like
When people tell you to file trust and make trust and UCCs and stuff like that, where they being sent? Governor's office, Secretary of State.
They gotta be some administrative extension there
then
from.
all the properties recorded under the county.
Incorporators can file a few administrative papers. That's why everybody's telling you should DBA your name. I'm not gonna incorporate into the state to exercise my dominion. You guys are so cute to suggest it though.
That's why I said that's the whole Agent Smith sticking his hand in your chest so you can become
yes.
That's the whole being a deputy. Now you're a deputy governor of the state of insert state of's name here.
2 million Agent Smiths are created in the
yes.
Yeah,
per year.
Yes.
Also, they can look like they're grown, taking care
because
of
there is no law that requires a regular man or woman, even if they want to run a business, you want to run a veggie patty stand, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, and on you just want to work and because you have a passion in your heart to share your grandmother's delicious recipe of callaloo patties.
And let me ask them,
do that without ever incorporating into the state, without ever becoming a publicly traded incorporator. You don't have to do that.
And let me ask this real quick.
You can have a baby and not declare them to be bastard foundlings.
Let me
by filing a few administrative papers, paying a few fees, and being the proud owner of an instrumentality of the United States.
That's voluntary hypothecation, right? So with that being said, it's like, here, hypothecate my shit. So like, remember how you brought up Cindy on Friday as far as her being able to kick the ass of beings that even after a so-called set sale of her property? My question is Cindy in receipt of said property, or is she still have within her possession said property? Yes or no?
She's living there. She never moved. She never packed anything.
She never left. She never packed anything. However, still being able. Now, let's be clear that Cindy's an Albion daughter. She's not Moorish American by declaration at all, to my knowledge. And yet she still had success. However, you have Moorish Americans out here listening to certain classes and losing.
I met Cindy on a class with people who we both no longer associated with, several of which we've blocked. When I met her shortly after, she went through an arrest live on Facebook, and all of her friends, new and old, got to watch her get dragged out of her home following other people's stuff.
Got you. Hold on, who was getting dragged out their home? Was it near the
Cindy?
Oh,
Cindy herself.
Oh wow. Wow. And wow some more.
Yeah. That's why when she tells me how much she loves me and appreciates me, people think like, maybe I'm paying her or something. I don't know.
Had an experience where she listened to someone before you and she was aggressively physically removed, and now attending the jurisprudence gym, she's exercised her mind well enough to
Yo.
kick people's asses before
Neither
there's
one of us knew what we were doing at the time, and I didn't know necessarily how to help her, but it at that time, but it was definitely an example of what not to do. We have to understand what's going on, and once you realize the government, you just them generis, you have to understand, how can it be of like kind? If it isn't, it's unconscionable.
correct. There must be a parallel bar.
If the government promised that in their charter that Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14, making rules for the government and the land and naval forces, how exactly does the sheriff come to your house? I mean, are they on a ship? Are you on a ship? Am I in a boat?
They're doing arbitration.
I don't care where you hash out the story.
No,
but
that's what the sheriff's doing. They're arbitrarily doing shit.
Oh yeah.
I don't mean like arbitration.
They think you're in the county, but we need to ask them to produce those administrative papers that you're in the state, because you see what it says here. Delaware has clearly won the race for corporate charters, as the majority of U.S. corporations are incorporated in Delaware
because of tax avoidance.
They're in this state. All those corporations are in this state.
Yeah, because of tax avoidance.
Are you in Delaware? How are any of those Delaware? Are you also registered as one of those? Or do you have just them generis and parity?
They're doing the incorporation, quote unquote, in Delaware because of tax avoidance. I think that's North Orange Street or North Street 1205 North Orange Street or something like that. Because remember, it was quoted in the movie on Netflix called The Laundromat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they didn't hide it. They said it outright on.
That's why a lot of times when you look up a business on the Secretary of State website, you will see that it's a foreign corporation from Delaware. I see that a lot.
Got you. Yeah, there's two places where most people incorporate their so-called,
and we do it. Most people can't even tell you why.
Vegas.
Most people can't even tell you why people do it. So anyway, additionally, at founding, the beginning, foundation, corporations were created for a limited purpose, like building a road from point A to point B. That's why I use that example about the cable wires or network communications. Now, while incorporators could limit the purpose of a corporation in its articles of incorporation, few do. Rather, the norm presently is for entrepreneurs to establish corporations, quote unquote, for any lawful purpose. This allows modern firms to do multiple lines of business, as well as assert the ability to act in non-business fora. No. What the principal cannot do, the agent.
Right.
The agent can't do it. They cannot do through the principal the principal cannot do through an agent.
Exactly. And I see that in the state laws too. I see that in the state laws. It says a business cannot do an act that would otherwise be unlawful for an employee of said business to do. Something like that.
Right.
I'm gonna find it so I can reference.
That's as above, so below.
Mm-hmm.
What the principal cannot do, the principal cannot attempt to do through an agent. And that's what they do all the time. It's fraud in the inducement when they do. After Citizens United decided in 2010, bumper stickers appeared stating, I'll believe a corporation is a person when Texas executes one. What this clever catchphrase captures is the fact that corporations are not corporeal. Contemporary corporations, unlike their human counterparts, can exist in perpetuity, hence why they're sometimes referred to as being immortal.
I mean,
Cryogenics aside,
Ford
although Walt
as-
Disney died, Walt Disney Company shows no signs of going anywhere anytime soon. What a
Just
great
Ford.
example of what needs to
Just
be
like
buried
Ford.
forever.
Where's Ford going?
Who knows? Because remember, anyone can adopt these names. All they do, as they set up here, is file a few administrative papers and pay a few fees, which is basically hush money, to attorneys, so that nobody realized the emperor has no clothes.
Indeed. Indeed.
So y'all can read the rest of the article, but I thought it was awesome. As those certain parts talking about the foundation of corporations, because that's what's important to comprehend, and it's important to start there when you ask the questions about why the court systems are set up in a way that they can only resolve these so-called interstate and commerce corporate contracts. And all we have are people trying to tell us how to finesse those contracts instead of using the facts, the same exact facts against them.
Got you. Got you. So here we are. Right. Since this guy mentioned a couple times, right? Excuse me. A Justin Generis of the same kind, class of nature, and some construction of laws, wills, and other instruments, the a Justin Generis rule, quote unquote, is that where general words follow an enumeration of persons or things by words of a particular or specific meaning. Such general words are not to be construed in their widest extent, but are to be held as applying only to persons or things of the same general kind or class as those specifically mentioned. So in other words, if you're a policy enforcer and you are acting under statute, you cannot stop people from traveling at a certain rate and then go to make a complaint, a citation, and deliver summons all in one shot because you guys don't have the same words to speak. And without the same right words to speak, you have zero jurisdiction. You have no.
Correct.
Indeed.
We're not in the same general class. We're not acting in the same nature at the time. The only thing that would make it just them generis in the case of being arrested roadside is if both are at work.
Correct.
Or the same entity, which would have to be the state.
Correct. And this is why in some cases where people would be like, oh, well, they're only supposed to police the police, but we just read, like, yes, that's true. However,
people prefer to argue I have the right to travel instead of you're not supposed to be talking to me.
Correct. But if the police are under the state and you are now an Uber driver, technically you're an Uber driver under the state. So technically the Uber driver can get those things from the police, sort of, kind of, if we were to look at it like both are deputized under the governor. However,
both are acting statutorily at the time. That's what they have in common.
correct.
If we're not operating statutorily at the time, it's not of the same class or nature. The transaction is not of the same class or nature, and that's easy to comprehend. The other side, I have the right to travel and trying to remember case law and all that stuff. That's hard.
That would be, in my experience thus far, something that would only be in support of why you're not a jus den generis. Hey,
Well,
look,
when you think about it, when you go to any court, kangaroo event, right? Everybody in the room is getting paid, are they not? The clerk,
okay, those people
the
that work for
the bailiff,
yeah, yes, they are
the
getting some
judge,
compensation for
the
railroad.
prosecutor.
Correct.
But like it used to say in Sesame Street, one of these things is doing their own thing. One of these things is only kind of the same. But three of these things, it's like, come on, you guys. That's the game that they're playing. That's the game. It's not of like kind. If it's not a like, it's an impossibility for there to be any kind of jurisdiction. No, you don't even have to know the different kinds and all that. Ain't no kind. You got to have a jus dem generis first, and then perhaps you can address the other so-called kinds of jurisdiction. Correct. But if you were at work and I wasn't, stop talking to me.
Correct. I mean, that's why I'm even looking at it like, okay, when it comes to what it's even saying here, even as, and it's saying it's a maxim. A jus den generis is a maxim. The maxim, a jus den generis, is only an illustration pertaining to the broader maxim, nocitor a sods. Interessante. 2 seconds. Trying to see if I actually nocitor would be knowing. Would be in Latin, but is 2. Let me see if I remember my Latin correctly. Now I could look it up here. I could go to the
let's look up nocitor asods.
Oh, okay, so let's see.
That's non-feasance. Nocitor.
Yeah, but it's not showing Assad. However, I will be able to look for it. It is known
Specific
from
words.
associates.
I see the doctrine means that general and specific words are associated with and take color from each other, restricting general words to sense analogous to less general.
Let us then do this. Let's do this then. Let's do that one. Look, it's giving Sokis. Interessante. I think that's interesting. So let's do this. Let's do translate. All right. And let's do so. Interesting.
Sod as in dirt.
That's what I'm about to say. Like
dirt as in foundation.
That's what I was thinking. Like, that's interesting. But it's given Soki East. It is recognized by.
Yes, that makes more sense. It's recognized by its partners.
So if we're not partnered together and we're not doing the same thing, then there goes the whole, you shouldn't be talking to me.
Yes, you shouldn't be even seeing me.
Correct.
The statutes are very definite as to what types of motor vehicles they shall take recognition of, notice of, recognize. If I'm not in a commercial vehicle over 10,001 pounds or of any size, clearly carrying hazmat or some engaged in otherwise in some type of commercial activity, you don't have any probable cause outside of an emergency. And operating under a statute that begins with blah, 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 and declares an emergency, a generic general all the time, that's like, stop it. You can't do that. You can't do that. And that's why they always keep that clause of severability that says if any part of this act or section or whatever is deemed unconstitutional or inapplicable to any party or person, the rest of it shall still be applicable to those that it is applicable to, which is like, sure, I mean, duh. But they put that in there so that if they have other nonsense that is void on its face in there, they allow people to have to recognize it on their own and be like, okay, well, this is void because it is obviously facially unconstitutional if it's attempting to be applied to anyone except the internal workers of this so-called corporation.
So if you have no state business license, i.e. driver's license, marriage license, whatever kind of license, then you're not partnered with those that think they can run you off the road. And
more importantly, though, even if you do have them, if you're not operating, they don't have proof that you're operating under it at that time, still the same. That's when those still having constitutional rights, like Ara brought up, is applicable. You still have those rights. They have to prove that at the time you were operating under that license. So they don't have that. Even having the social security number and having the driver's license and having the passport and having your kids in public school and all this other stuff that some people try to tell us, it makes you automatically their slave. USFL lies. If they don't have what do you call it, competent witness, admissible evidence that you were so engaged under that license at the time, you can still beat every single thing that they try to bring your way, whether it be credit card debt, drivers, whatever, parking, well, all that stuff.
So it's like either you don't have those minimum contacts at all, or if you do have those minimum contacts, are you on duty utilizing those minimum contacts at the moment that a policy enforcer says, hey, you are moving at a rate faster than what is allowed in foreign trade and commerce?
Oh, that's wonderful. Do you have any fact witnesses about this, about these legal conclusions?
Wow.
On this bill of attainder?
Wow. The answer is going to be no, emphatically no. However, these policy enforcers take psychology classes and acting classes
Do they?
Choose. Oh yes, they do. They take hypnosis classes, psychology classes. There's been times where I'll speak to one that's disgruntled in the moment. I'm like, hey, look, I take those same psychology classes and hypnosis classes that you do. Matter of fact, are you compensated through cast and crew? who does the payroll for actors also, like in Hollywood, and the looks on their face or the change in the tone of their voice shows that they kind of do that. It's kind of, the gulp when people feel like, oh shit, I got the wrong one. Yeah, because I know what you're doing. You guys have to practice making someone feel like they're wrong. That's why dumb shit come out of their mouth like, you're obstructing justice.
Yes.
Really?
You're being suspicious because you're not cooperating?
You're not giving me ID when I asked for it. I don't work for the state. I'm not a partner with you.
Are we on campus right now that you're asking me for my ID?
Basically.
Are we on the state campus right now?
Well, you're on the state highway.
What? No, I'm on God's highway. I'm not at work.
You already know what I'm gonna ask, Malika. According to who's thinking?
Well, he's gonna say only his thinking matters, or I should say his non-thinking.
They'll say some stupid shit like, we disagree with you. They're just gonna take the position, some of them, that they disagree.
Yeah. I'm
And
not
they can
gonna
settle
argue. I'm not gonna argue with you.
We can settle this. We can settle. That's what court is for. Well, that's why I'm telling you, I'm not supposed to be a court. I'm not eligible. I don't qualify. I'm not a statutory person. I'm not part of your organization. I'm not operating a license.
We're not on your campus. We're not on your campus.
Premises.
You're off your premises right now, officer?
I have another question.
What precinct are you from?
I have another question. Where can I fill out an application to be a highwayman and rob travelers as I please? I want to be just like you. Y'all know I be with the shits though. However, again, I don't attract that shit to myself. However, when having to encounter it, I do a real great work with inside myself to make sure I'm just simply calm. Like I can't remember that dude on YouTube who is like, when he speaks to the policy enforcers, he's super calm. And when I say super calm, they'll be like, give me ID. He's like, I don't have ID to give you. Is he filming? He's deaf. He can't hear.
Are we on property of the city right now if it's a city policy officer? Are we on property of the county right now if it's a county deputy? Are we on county property?
That's why I say
right now?
one of the most important things to ask a policy enforcer that tries to talk to you is first and foremost name and badge number, because you want to know who you're suing. I guess you could get the address after that, but name and address is the first important thing, so you know who to sue. But after that is, who are you working for? Who are you representing? Because I see you got city, county, and state on your uniform. So which one are you representing in this instance? Because you already stopped me, so you're already presuming that I'm doing something under an ordinance, city ordinance, county ordinance, or state statute. Which one is it? Are you shuffling through your bag, still trying to pull one out the hat to see, oh, okay, I'm here for the city, or which one? Because they go back to their vehicle and start searching through the code and looking for something they can put on you. They don't know if it's going to be city, ordinance, or state at that moment until they put it on paper. But when they first stop you, ask them if they say, oh yeah, on behalf of the city. Oh, okay, but you put a state statute on there afterwards, after you said you were here for the city. So you were actually stopping me for the governor.
That's impersonation.
They're doing both at the same time, because they usually try to give you at least 2 tickets. So like what happened with our son, they did a state statute for the following too closely, but then they did a city ordinance for the obstruction of an officer.
Right. I finally found it too. This whole time I was quiet, I was searching for something. I finally found it. But once if they say the city, okay, so you're presuming that the city has ownership interest somehow in this my private property that you're trespassing upon right now. Is that correct?
Yep.
Because if you didn't think that the city had ownership or interest in my property, what the fuck are you talking to me for? The city council can only control city property.
Right.
You're here for the county. They
need that section of their own ordinance to be in their face right away. No problem. People like writing stuff down. Write this down. Upon what are the presumptions when the officer arrests you roadside? Ara just said it, the perfect one, that the county has ownership interest in the vessel.
The property or your rights. One or the other they're trying
Yeah.
to claim.
And
One or
your
the other.
rights. It's all of it.
Yeah, it's
the
all of it,
property,
right.
the vessel, your
Your rights in the property, your
and
possessory rights.
and or the location that it's on at the moment.
That's in rem, personam, and territorial,
And subject matter.
and subject.
All at
And
the
key.
same time in one sentence.
At the
Which
same time.
They have none of. However,
They have none of it. And they're gonna hit you with the summons, complaint, service at the same damn time.
that's why I was even saying just now as I was texting, I was just like, because the term in texting was said, they had said, I'm a steward of basically of their possessions. And I said, and no one has the right to administer your stewardship rights.
Right.
No one has the right to infringe and encroach upon your right to be steward over your own property, if that's the case, right? However, Trinity versus Pagliaro, I think we'll get into the end here of this. Yes, because that cursor is down, that scroll bar is at the bottom. And I think this is amazing. So again, I'm open for corrections because the defendants didn't have any affidavits or depositions supporting why they want to do a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim, right? Since they didn't have that, right? What they're also doing is saying they want the courts to make a decision on with what? Like with feelings? Oh, you know what? We feel how you feel there, Pagliaro. Even though your feelings aren't on the record, so you're not telling the truth because truth is expressed in an affidavit. So as much as you may be saying the truth, you didn't put it in the form of an affidavit. For us to utilize that to be something that's inside the record, not outside the record, for us to go, you know what, Pagliaro, you're right. We bang, bang, case dismissed on the fact that it failed. No. So that's why statements of counsel in their briefs or argument, while enlightening to the court, are not sufficient for purposes of granting a motion to dismiss or summary judgment because it wasn't written in the fucking affidavit. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Come on, correct me. I want to make sure I'm interpreting that properly. Please correct me.
Correcto mundo.
Okay.
Can I screen share real quick?
Of course you can.
Let me definitely gonna have to go back to the. All right, let me share real quick. This is what I was speaking on earlier when I said that when she was saying that the agent can't do what the principal can't do. Right? That would be
cannot do what the principal can do. Even though notice the principal is notice the agent, notice the agent is notice the principal.
All right, so
they can be put on notice.
All right, so this is right here, professional entities, which is what? And associations, which is 89. I'm pretty sure I could find it somewhere. Hold on, Pop. Let's see, 89 point, was it scope? It was a scope right here, boom. So it says, all right, it says, no professional entity, right here, NRS 89.110, no professional entity may do any act which is prohibited to be done by natural persons licensed to practice the profession which the professional entity is organized to practice. Oh, let's read that again. No professional entity may do any act which is prohibited to be done by natural persons who are licensed in that same profession. So if the licensed attorney is prohibited as a natural person from doing a thing, then his attorney's firm can't do it either. His professional LLC, for example, we're dealing with We're dealing with some attorneys who have a PLLC, which is a professional limited liability company, which will fall under professional entities. That entity, that attorney's office, that attorney's business cannot do something that their natural persons that work for them can't do.
Correct. Got you. That's because that's what I was about to say it in the reverse, because you just said it. I was about to say, basically, if you are not an employee or a naturalized member, and the reason why you're naturalized, because you're now saying you're taking on the clothing pertaining to said entity. Now the thing is if you can't do it, the entity itself can't do it.
Exactly. So what? Let's make an example real quick of something that a natural person licensed, quote unquote, licensed as an attorney, right? Because we know they don't have licenses. But just for the sake of the example, a licensed attorney cannot do what? A licensed attorney cannot represent, or a licensed attorney cannot bind a party to litigation without power of attorney.
Correct.
So how can the firm come in and say, oh, this is so-and-so, this is Cain and Abel LLC, you know, professional LLCs, and we're representing, well, hold on, who is we? Because you're trying to do something that even the individuals from your business can't do.
And in reverse again, to just, you know, front door, back door this thing, one attorney gets disqualified, all have been disqualified. Or one attorney, no authority, means all of the attorneys within that firm have no authority.
Exactly.
One judge is disqualified in a court. All the judges in the court are disqualified.
Correct.
Because 9 times out of 10, the disqualification is not because of only specifically that one particular so-called judge or justice.
Right.
It's because of the fact of how they're operating and
it's because of how the structure of their business works. They have financial interest in every single case, for example, not just one judge or the next, because they have some private account with Bank of America, and Bank of America is who's suing you. Nah.
That's again them not disclosing that they're an indispensable party themselves. Like, first of all, if you have the only property that you can manage and control is your own property, then a case comes up and you claim you got jurisdiction over the property, would you not have a bias in your mind because you're saying you're for the county, you're saying that's county property, so you're going to treat it a certain way because it's yours?
That's how their system is built too. That's the thing. That's why it makes them all disqualified. That's how it's built. The bias and the self-serving side is built in.
And that's why a juice dame generis is a maxim. It just clicked for me why it's even a maxim right now.
Awesome.
It just really clicked. Like,
that's like my favorite thing in the world, to help people see something that clicks.
Yeah, I mean, once it clicked just now, I was like, damn. Like,
so okay. Here's another one. A natural person licensed as an attorney has no authority to steal your property.
Correct. So they can't take your house. They can't do any of that shit.
So then then all the attorneys under that firm are disqualified to do the same. Because again, when it says no professional entity may do any act, the professional entity can't do an act unless it's through one of the natural persons licensed to practice the profession. So,
exactly.
So it's literally talking about the other ones, like we just said. Like, we really hit.
That's why I keep telling people the straw man does not exist. You can't keep looking at they're an entity, and no, they cannot act but through Sally and Bob and John. And, like, let's stop the shit. Stop the cap. Huey, Dewey, and whatever. Louie didn't do anything to you. LLC didn't really do anything to you.
Right.
Right, it was Larry, Curly, and Moe.
Right.
The actual agents.
Who, by the way, they make it their practice. I don't know if you heard this story, but I talked to an attorney, right? And, it was so funny because it was like landlord-tenant conversation was the subject matter. And it was so funny because, as I'm hitting her with this shit, I'm fucking her up because she's like, she's like, well, no, how, no, you know, it's in the state. And then she ended up saying, when I asked her in the end, you know, hey, so since I just proved to you with what I'm telling you that this being who was operating his business was operating in violation of the law, how can you help me out with that situation? And this was after like a 5-10
Awesome question. Yes.
this was like after a 5-10 minute conversation, right? You know what she says? This was after a long conversation, yo. She says, no. And I say, why not? She says, we only help the landlords. And I was like, I told you from the beginning that I told you from the beginning that I would be considered a tenant, but after reading the laws, I realized I'm not a tenant. But in this situation that I'm speaking on, they would consider me the tenant, right? So she sat there and had the whole conversation with me, try to debate me on certain matters, and I hit her with the applicability. And when she seen that applicability, she tried to read part of it. And I was like, what are you reading? And then when she told me what she was reading, I'm like, oh, this one. And I read the whole thing. And then I read the last part that said present in the state or present within the state. And she was like, oh, yeah, I see. Now she was saying like she's starting to comprehend. Okay, yeah. So now you see that they're committing a deceptive trade practice and that there's no conscionable contract and that, you know what I'm saying, and that no one has, no government entity has the authority to administer my possessory rights. How can you help me with this situation? I can't. Why not? Because we only deal with the landlords. So why'd you talk to me this whole time? You wanted to see what angle we was coming from so you could try to defend yourself in a situation later when you're helping some landlord.
Wow.
And she also said that this is because again, I guess I'm just looking at the reverse.
That is amazing for you to be able to get an attorney to admit that.
If she can only help the landlord, then that means she cannot bring suit against someone who isn't a tenant.
Exactly. No, what she was saying is that their business specifically tailors to the needs and wants of the landlords. They don't represent tenants.
No, that makes complete sense. However, the landlord must have a tenant that they're going against in order for that so-called counsel to whisper in their ear. There's no tenant, there's no landlord.
Of course. And then they always jump to, well, did you sign a contract? But, well, hold on, stupid. You're asking me questions that you don't have authority to ask me until we figure out, do you have in rem jurisdiction? Do you have subject matter jurisdiction? Do you have personam jurisdiction? These questions you're asking on the phone are irrelevant because the judge's not going to be able to ask none of these questions when we put them on the spot.
Indeed.
Did you sign a contract? Wow. What a gotcha type question.
You see what I'm saying? No, there is no conscionable contract that can be produced for the record to validate any debts.
Even if they produce a contract, do you have any witnesses to that contract? If you don't have any witnesses to a contract, there is no contract because no one's going to say, I saw that man sign that piece of paper. And that would be the only way to make that piece of paper admissible evidence. Someone who shows up in court, points and says, just like a murder, I saw that man do it.
Exactly.
I was there.
Exactly. And
they can't produce 2 or more witnesses to corroborate that story, then they cannot in fact say, because they don't have any fact evidence from a competent witness, that transaction occurred. And that's not a loophole. That's just straight facts law as it's written.
These people got a forged instrument, right? Just to be plain and truthful. Their instrument is a forged instrument. The instrument, the first part of the instrument, the general provision, the first portion is called parties, wherein the owner is not identified. It's only an agent for the owner, and the owner is never identified.
Wow.
Then they bring up, the fictitious firm name, but they're saying that the property is at the fictitious firm name. And then they put a mailing address after that, but they still do not say this is the owner, that is the owner, because the fictitious firm name can't own anything. The only other being that's on there, it says person executing or person.
Man, do they have any witnesses to anybody who signed that contract?
They don't have, look, technically, they don't have shit. They don't even have proof that they gave somebody possession of a property or that somebody took possession of a property. They don't have nothing because there's no owner. There's no original creditor. Who's the original creditor?
Do you have a debt collector acting on behalf of another debt collector,
What that
acting
got
on
to do with
behalf
me?
of another debt collector, acting on behalf of the United States?
Right. And what does that? What do those actors have to do with me? I'm not in Hollywood. I'm not. I'm not making any productions. You know what I mean? I do these lives and shit, but these aren't movies. So I don't deal with actors. So whoever these actors are, they got to show prior express written consent to even communicate with me, or they're harassing me.
Yep. Or,
Which I was looking at harassment.
or that court of competent jurisdiction, that order from a court of competent jurisdiction.
They'll be so quick to help the corporations. They'll be so quick to help the attorneys. But again,
That's what keeps them in business, other business owners.
them unclean hands principle is what's going to get them. Because before they try to do an eviction, why don't you send that chief judge, the clerks, supervisors, and all the motherfucking civil judges in that courthouse a notice. Now they
Yep.
can't say they didn't know. Now they can't say that their hands are clean, that they're operating in good faith. Nah, you knew.
Yep.
I'll say this just to catch up real quick. Right after Don said, swing it for the clandestine pin downs. Open 642 said phenomenon, right? Brother Chi is in the chat, says bars, right? And I think back when he was talking, when it was just maybe about an hour or so ago, he was like, did she hear what he just said or what he just read, or see the vid, like see the video? And you know, because we had just watched the 9.5-minute video of Richard Cornforth, and you basically, I think Malika said something exactly Richard Cornforth said. However, you guys already know, once these principles are comprehended, we all sound the same. Gen V, aka Omnicolor, JLV stems from a place of lacking when everything is abundant. Gen V also says,
to add real briefly, not to cut your wisdom, but to add real briefly to the last person said, the cultures and the language. So, you know, when we are changing our thinking and our vocabularies and how we speak, that in itself is a great work. Just being able to, you know, not incriminate yourself with your own speech based on the false paradigms in your mind on how words are to be used or what they actually mean. Islam.
Yeah, that was brother. Yeah, that was Brother Chi that was asking about, did I think Mother Malika see the vid that we was looking at, because I know she came in like right after we finished watching that.
Yeah, people online, my baby was like, oh Jesus, people are online talking about he has risen.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. That's why I said we're going to make sure we read chapter 47 verse 9 again before we go on out. However, Gen V also says, quote, in the county, end quote, applies to the thing, the copy, or the deed, and not the actual private property, right? That's what's said there. I'm gonna bring up this screen share too, because I know there's something I would like you guys to read. Honestly, it's the next tab over here for Education 72000, where they're giving like a commentary on Trinity versus Pagliaro, even though I think we did great. Still, as promised from last Sunday, that's what it is there. Let me just read these last couple of comments in the chat. Applies only to the thing, the copy of the deed, and not the actual private property. How does one get the paperwork quashed from, quote, in the county, end quote? Gen V also says that authority cannot be delegated. It is innate to that position. Isn't it talking about when, I guess we was talking about policy enforcers doing things outside of their Terry stop, right? Outside of their
technically, that's a whole, like we went in today, but
what'd you say, bro?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay, yeah, you know the mic be tripping. Can you all hear me though?
Yeah.
Okay, technically that's a whole nother aspect. Like I said, we went in today, but that's a whole nother aspect we didn't even really touch on today, which is huge. Like they need the delegation of authority from the federal secretary or whatnot to even hold the type of hearing. For example, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development to do evictions. The
Secretary of the Treasury to do almost anything. The Secretary of Commerce to come after you for credit cards and car notes and repos and stuff like that.
That is
Mhm.
huge. We didn't even touch on that. We giving you ammo that will take them out without even getting to that. But yeah, that's essential as well. The whole delegation of authority. They don't have it. They never have it.
Yeah, where they delegated the authority to do military operations from the governor. I'm pretty sure that doesn't exist either, which is why they're corporate mercenaries.
Mhm.
Security, it's 25s, we call them. 25s carry pistols, where 15s carry a flashlight and mace. Jadon says bars. Jen B also says that which is created must be maintained. Jadon says bars. Again, after that, back when we was talking about Chuck E. Cheese making their own money, Mother Sahar,
Right.
L says Chuck E. Cheese tokens, right? Jen
Yep.
says that the only thing, quote, in the state, end quote, in the county, quote unquote, and in the United States, quote unquote, is the papers in all capital letters, not
Yeah.
the actual things.
Yep.
They come to the house. Is John Smith there? Give me a second. I'm gonna go get the papers. Get the papers.
Right. Basically, we'll go get the papers. Get the papers.
Yo,
Tommy two
that's
times.
hilarious.
All right.
Yeah.
And then I put the link that Malika was reading from the American Bar Association. Jadon says, thank you for the link, right? Jen B is saying thank you also. Mother Sahar says she had the same issue with Whole Foods. I think when we was, speaking about what we were talking about with
Yep.
while reading, but even going over the thing with the grocery store or whatever. Open 642 says blurred lines, AI. Yeah, that's why the lip is stiff. Brother Chi says facts, right? A constant war, says Open 642. War on drugs, quote unquote. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, they're warring and they're on drugs while they're warring.
Yep.
We're on drugs.
They're definitely on dry goods, man. Like seriously. Envy says 1933 to 2023. Pardon me. 1933 to 2033 will be 100 years for the Emergency Banking Act. That seems a little extreme. However, yes, you're correct. Brother Cheese says make a wish and check it twice. When basically when Mother Malika was bringing up the portion pertaining to by statute, fill out some administrative.
Yeah, file some administrative papers and
Based and bibbity bobbity boo a pumpkin into a carriage.
yeah.
And rats into horses.
Suddenly the principal can do through agency what they could not do through themselves.
And then these motherfuckers can have their legal entity expired and revoked for 2 years and keep doing business, but let your driver's license be 1 day expired.
No, 31 days. Remember, they try to act like they're giving you grace. Well, we only give you 30 days, and then after that, like, shut up.
But let these fools go 2 years doing business in the state without their license? Really? To the point where if you call them, they're like, we don't care. If you want to report them, here's the number. Like, y'all don't care? But it's a big deal that a motherfucker don't got a tag on his shit.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. That's wow. And because now you're like, we want to force you to be a Justengainers. be partners with us. We go together.
Hey, how else can they expand? They got to go and capture free people through their minds and their hearts in order to expand.
Don't put your hand in my chest. But you're right. Rape. No, that's not what you said. Sexual harassment, right? Don't put your hand in my chest.
Yeah, and if they're not supposed to be talking to you, they're damn sure ain't supposed to be patting you down because they feel scared. Like, imagine you just come up to a girl, damn girl, you scaring me. Let me pat you down.
Right.
Like, no, you
all
can't.
Of a sudden, the state can do through another man can do through an agent what they cannot do through themselves. A man can't come and pat you down, but they can send a policy officer or deputy. Come on, think about it, guys. What one cannot, what the principal cannot do themselves, they cannot suddenly do through the agency of another. They can't send a policy officer to do to you what your neighbor can't come and do to you. If your neighbor just can't come fill you up, policy officers just can't come fill you up.
Correct, because the neighbor would be principal to the agent called out to the location wherever they are.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. When you're done with the screen share, let me know. I want to show one last thing before we yield.
Indeed, indeed. See, Thomas says Islam. Gen V says men and women are sui generis, right? She also says private men / women. Open 642 says wow. Around that time we were doing what we're doing. Then they also say Kendrick, right? Mother Sahar says, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every word be established. End quote, right?
Word.
She says it was fire, Brother Bay. Indeed. Michael says for inter, and foreign commerce actions, does the delegation of authority come from the Department of Commerce or Department of Transportation? Is DOC above is DOC, Department of Commerce, above DOT, Department of Transportation?
Those
It's
are not above each
defined
other.
as the board under Title 19. Is defined as the board, and the board is the Secretary of Treasury and the Secretary of Commerce together.
Interesting.
They call them the board, and they consider them to be the Board of Customs and Border Patrol.
Commerce and Treasury. You know, when I called a couple days before you called the Federal Reserve, bro, I called them and I asked them for a copy of the application for notes, and they directed me to the Treasury.
Correct. I remember you were saying that, bro. Yeah, which means, so if anything, because Michael's asking about the Department of Transportation, it looks like you can't even get to transporting anything until having, the Department of Commerce and Department of Treasury something first. That's what
because they're playing tax in the state game.
Don't forget what you got to share too, bro. I
already got it queued. I already got it shared. When you stop sharing, mine should show.
All right, sweet. Education Center 2000, right? That's 23 years ago. Anyway, .com. With regards to Trinzi v. Pagliaro, right? Anybody want to read, or you guys want me to start it off?
It is a violation of the 11th Amendment for a foreign citizen to invoke the judicial power of the United States. That's what the 11th Amendment says. Everybody needs to memorize this because the attorneys use this against us. The attorneys use this against us and say the judges have immunity under the 11th Amendment. I'm sure some people here are going to remember hearing that or experiencing it themselves. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity. Has nothing to do with admiralty and maritime, but it cannot extend to suits in law or equity commenced against one of the United States by a citizen of another state or subject to any foreign state. U.S. citizens, federal citizens, are foreign to the several states and subjects to the federal United States of New Columbia District of Columbia. Attorneys are considered foreign agents under the Foreign Registration Act, FARA, and are subjects to the Bar Association. Government is foreclosed from parity, which is the e justem generis, with real people.
Yeah.
Right. We got that case law from long time ago.
Yeah, they have no parity with the real.
No parity with the real.
Or at least no parity with anybody outside of Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Those who are subject to that section, they are considered GI Joes, GI Jane. GI stands for government issued.
You got your government issued ID?
Supreme Court of the United States in 1795, inasmuch as every government is an artificial person, an abstract, and a creature of the mind only. A government can interface only with other artificial persons. That everybody on the clock. They cannot communicate with the people off the clock. When you're not operating as an agent for a fictitious entity known as this artificial person, the people who are at the time cannot have parity with you. The imaginary having neither actuality nor substance is foreclosed from creating and attaining parity with the tangible. The legal manifestation of this is that no government as well as any law, agency, aspect, court, or incorporator or incorporation, etc., can concern itself with anything other than corporate artificial persons and the contracts between them.
That's Pen Hollow versus Doan.
This is
Exactly.
why we cannot actually be liable to any credit card, any light bill, any rents, any mortgage.
But you got to pay your bills.
Yes, you got to pay your bills. Yes,
You got
You
to pay
do.
your-
especially when you is conveniently defined as one who owes a debt to the United States.
Special
Correct.
definitions.
Correct. 20 CFR.
422.104.
422.402E.
And yep, 422.104 and 422.402.
Mm-hmm.
E and D, I think D is debt or
D
something
and
like
E.
that. Mhm.
D and E.
For all these special people, special beings that want to be defined specially.
You have to pay your bills. That's absolutely correct. When the you is one engaged acting under the artificial person,
Owing
yes,
debt.
go ahead and pay those bills. An
Correct.
attorney, what does it say here? Supreme Court, 1975 again. An attorney for the plaintiff cannot admit evidence into the court. He's either attorney or witness. Now, do you guys remember seeing that as an exact quote?
Oh, is that from Trinity versus Pagliaro?
That's what they're claiming, but I don't.
I want to
remember
get.
seeing
I want
that.
to get. Yeah,
I don't
no,
remember
no.
seeing that in the opinion written either.
But
so
that's what I'm saying. But there's a way to get. There's a way to get like a full fucking like overview of the case, not just
Yes.
like a short portion. They have longer portion because,
Yes,
and not to shout the being out or whatever. I won't even say his name, but there's a Moor in the Moorish community who has like a fat stack of the Dred Scott case, and I'm like, dang, every time I read the Dred Scott case, it wasn't that much, and he was going in on parts of it that I never even heard about. So
Yeah.
there's a way to get the official case law, which I was actually working on doing at one point. I had this man tell me, I've never heard someone say they wanted a certified copy of case law, and I'm like,
really?
interesting. Yeah, that's what he told me. Like,
That's the first thing I've ever heard. Get the certified copy, because people like to put stupid shit on the internet that's not even in the case or even in the opinion of the case. They want to surmise it. They want to kind of, turn the words, and
Right,
that's
right. They
that's
want-
intellectually dishonest. And there's no reason to do
Exactly.
that, because there are great cases out there.
yeah, quote it word for word. Don't.
Yeah, I mean, I it might be a quote. I've seen this before.
Yeah, we just didn't see it in the summarized opinion.
Yeah, it might be it might be an actual allegation. Let's hope it is an
Well,
actual
the
allegation. in
numbers are there. Maybe the numbers will lead you to it, because is the number for that citation the same as the number for the prior citation that says the motions to
No,
dismiss? It's not the
it's in
same.
the same section, but I think when it says 647, it's a different section. But you see how it says right below it correctly, Trenzi versus Pagliaro. When you read it, you will find that it is the case cited for Federal Rules of Procedure 12b6. So every time an attorney is talking about that, absolutely, we need to be looking into Trenzi versus Pagliaro.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Now, while it was, now while what it says at 12b6 is good, notice how I have highlighted some items. Whoever is the author for this, that's the I. It's not me. It's not Brother Hasan or any of us here. I have highlighted some items from the actual decision. It goes much further than 12b6 does, and we should also keep in mind that two maxims in law that are opposite sides of the same coin. Truth is expressed in the form of an affidavit. That's what I said. I didn't even read this shit. And I was like, duh. And an unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in the matter, which means that that's what the plaintiff brought. So the plaintiff in Trenzi versus Pagliaro brought an affidavit, and the defendant didn't have an affidavit to counter to be able to put in for 12b6, which made
Or a
both
witness.
of those. That's what I'm saying. And so now it made both truth is expressed in the form of an affidavit and an unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in the matter. It's like, that's exactly what it is, right? Now, while
Where they have a duty to respond, Because you send me
Yes, they
some shit.
absolutely have to have that duty to
Yeah.
respond.
Because if you send
They-
me some shit and I don't respond, that don't mean nothing.
Right. Because if you're not supposed to be talking to me, then
Right.
it doesn't matter if you put something in affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. So respond, and then when you want to,
Because I
And an
remember,
affidavit is only hearsay until the sayer appears in court and testifies to the
Put
truth and veracity on the record.
puts
So
that
it's still
puts that
not a
testimony.
complete. It's still not a complete thing without that cross-examination, which again is why we shouldn't. The attorneys, they're just so easy to beat. That's why I'm never gonna take this beat the bar shirt down. I'm never gonna stop printing them. Beat them like guacamole style.
They gotta put a testimony, someone with personal knowledge with a testimony behind that.
And that's for everything. We can't have nobody getting evicted this year, guys. We cannot have anyone getting evicted at all. No one.
Correct. Yeah, I'm in total agreement with that, because it's like we just said,
they're all summary.
The only people they can evict is those that are in partnership with them, those that are a juice thing
Generes, that's right.
It's like, so since we're not partnered, we have no parity. You cannot sit here
and the judge knows it, and you have to know the judge knows it, and the attorneys might not know it, but once you point it out to them, they lose their good faith.
Correct.
They lose them clean hands.
Yes, and they don't want to lose their clean hands.
Nope, they keep their sanitizer on them.
Islam. Now, while keeping these in mind, think about when someone like an attorney for the IRS comes forward and testifies, quote unquote, about how you did such and such. Are they a first-hand witness or simply a, quote, statement of counsel in brief or an argument, end quote?
That's Shut how you narrow them into a corner. Is it this one or is it that one?
Correct.
Which one is it? Because it can't be both, and it can't be both, as they sometimes try to present it and confuse us. And we'll be sitting there wondering, well, how can they act as this or that? And we'll be asking each other, you need to ask them that.
Correct. Which they can't. They can't. And what the people have to do is have, and I'm going to say this confidently, have the confidence that we have. You know what I mean? Like I said, I know that when I get in my zone to write some things, to get into some things or whatever, like my bros know. I mean, you've gotten CCs of things to Malika in the email, you'll see. And I mean, even if you're not looking at them, they're there to go back and review. I don't fuck around, because I'm not like a child on the playground fighting. The difference
but people don't understand, like, we are giving y'all the keys to the kingdom right here freely. Yeah. Like, it's not the thing they beat us with is people think it's difficult to comprehend, that they gotta go deep down. No, it's the answer is at the root, and the root is easy to locate because it's the foundation. And as long as you don't move off of it, and you don't let them move off of it, it all begins with that consent that they don't want to talk about, that consent of the governed. When did I sign up with y'all?
Correct. And stick there and stay there with both your eyes on them, because like I said, you can't be a child on the playground in a fight. A child in the playground, in a fight is different from a child of the Most High, quote unquote, in the boxing ring. There's a difference. A child pertaining to the Most High is going to have both eyes on the opponent, right? Because there's an alleged belt and purse at the end of that knockout, at the end of that, wrist. There's a belt and a purse. Whereas a child in a fight on the playground has one eye on their opponent and another eye on someone to break it up.
The interesting part is how one of these things that we're sharing here is enough to get a case dismissed. And it's just fascinating when you put like 30 of these facts on the record and they try to ignore it. They try to ignore it. Like, it's like, damn, I'd rather just say one thing.
Because if you cannot explain it simply, you don't really understand it. It's like, look, Maxim, Justem Daenerys. Everybody in this communication is getting paid except me. One of these things is not like the others. Three of these things are kind of the same, but one of these things is doing their own thing. Okay. And now you've been put on notice of that. That's it. As soon as you get caught up in, I'm going to incorporate my name, I'm going to DBA, you know,
they also push this
you're getting
narrative.
caught up into trying to pretend to be Justem Daenerys with them.
Yeah, they push this narrative also that like when you start trying to affirm this, like, man, you got to be kind of sharp to a certain extent so that you don't say stupid shit, because they will immediately try to make it seem like you're trying to avoid something that you're subject to. Like, no, this is not an act of avoidance.
Right.
I'm trying to clarify this matter. Like, I'm not understanding how you believe that I'm in the state, how you believe, what license are you presuming me to be operating under?
Right. What is the business registration at this address?
Wow.
Shut them down! Exclamation point. Hit them with Trinzy and get the quote unquote judge to take official judicial notice of it. If the judge, quote unquote, does not sustain your objection or your object, you need to immediately file an oral affidavit of prejudice.
That's that disqualification.
Got you. But they're saying do it orally. So it's like you got to invoke.
Well, that means you already in there. We're not going in there. We're hitting them with Trinzy versus Pagliaro in writing in advance, so that the judge knows that they cannot use this. Oh, well, you failed to appear. Well, so did the plaintiff.
Right, because it was the pleadings were insufficient.
The pleadings are insufficient. Absolutely, bro.
The record does not reflect sufficient pleadings have been filed by the alleged plaintiff.
Any party.
Who also has not filed, or by any party who also has not filed any power of attorney to show that he can bind the principal in litigation.
Right.
So it's like, who is he here for? Himself? Because he's not representing who he thinks he's representing. Who he thinks he's representing has no ownership or any say so, because they're not even here. They haven't said anything. And I don't belong here. Peace.
Right. The judge can't make a because they like to say you've been sued, and if you don't show up, everybody always says, when I ask them why they went to court, well, they said they were going to put in a judgment against me. That's an impossibility.
That's why I told him, you have to submit to the jurisdiction or else we're going to rule against you. But so you don't have jurisdiction yet, but you're telling me I have to, or you're going to do something to me? Isn't that a threat? Duress and coercion? Well, isn't that putting me under threat somehow?
That's right. Absolutely.
Trying to scare me into complying with something. That's called abuse of process as well.
Yeah,
when you try to use the law to scare someone into doing something when it's not even really applicable like that.
They're presuming a debt previously contracted.
Exactly, but with no evidence.
They're giving a presumption of consent. They're exemplifying a presumption that you've consented to be governed.
Exactly.
And
that's why that knowledge and notice is so important.
That is the William the Conqueror shit. The whole Duke of Normandy turned William the Conqueror, William the First in 1046, or was that 1064, right? Where they say the Sedeke Vi Act gets its thing from. It's like, I'm going to say that this is my property until someone speaks up and says it's not. And it's like the people have to be really, really, really good at going, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, but however, there are diverse ways of saying that you're not of like kind, that you're not a jus sanguinis. All right. Okay. How are you not that? Okay. Well, how I'm not that is, can you provide the same evidence on the record, however, having my likeness on that record that says I'm doing what you're doing, because you have an oath of office and a contract. You probably filled out an application to.
You at least did that. You at least filled out the application to work somewhere.
So where's my application? Where's mine? Produce it for the record that says we're a
consent of the governed. The consent of the governed. They make it so you have to enslave yourself. So then just say, well, when did I enslave myself to this?
Correct.
Because involuntary servitude for someone else is illegal and unlawful, but I can absolutely sign up to be a servant, which is wonderful, noble, and all that. Great. So where is it? If I don't have it, you can't make good on any of your threats about holding me to some inapplicable code because you need to expand your jurisdiction. You need to expand your, this is a little prayer Jabez up in here.
They want of jurisdiction, right? If the judge does not sustain,
If real quick, if you guys don't want to learn the law, there is one other way. All you gotta do is sing. When Jesus was, when Jesus was, and you shall be saved.
He washed my sins away. Okay, if the judge does not sustain your object, right, or objection, you need to immediately file and quote oral affidavit of prejudice. And like Malik was saying, like that's, you know, for those that are in there. However, we're hashtag mission preemption.
I've seen someone. I've seen. Look, there's that PlayStation stabbing lady.
Got you. Yeah.
I've seen her repeatedly, multiple times, multiple hearings, tell the alleged defendant, your motions must be in writing. But in the same, I will not be considering any oral motions. All motions must be in writing. And then 2 minutes later, granting an oral motion from the prosecutor.
Wow.
But saying you're not taking anything in oral, it has to be in writing. Oh, only for the alleged defendant, right? But for the prosecutor, who seems to be your boss, by the way, it's like at one point the brother was like, listen to the judge, because he was like, the judge, the prosecutor was telling the judge what to do, like, and he was like, he's like, listen to the judge, buddy. And she was like, you will not call the prosecutor's team buddy.
I mean, fuck.
Wow.
Either way, though, you know. So an affidavit of prejudice against the judge, right? And that's the disqualification, 28 United States Code 455, right? Right. So that's a McReal shout out, I guess, right? Against the judge, as he has shown his prejudice, and then file the same affidavit in writing into the record with witnesses to the same. Once your affidavits are filed, get a record of what has been filed, which means it's court stamped, and show that you are the only one who has actually introduced facts into the case, and move for summary judgment upon the facts. So you're the only one with an affidavit. I'd like to move to summary judgment, please, because I'm the only one here with an affidavit of fact, right? While reminding the judge that only the judge, quote unquote, right? Because that's plausibility. Those quotes are plausible, meaning that it's plausible, which means it's not really a judge. He's just acting like one. That the only thing he is to consider is the facts of the case on the record, that the opposing, quote unquote, counsel has only been enlightening, quote unquote, the court, but not sufficient to rise to the level of fact, because it's not in writing and because they can't put an affidavit. You know why the counsel or the so-called attorney, bar rat, whatever, can't put in an affidavit? Because he's not a witness. It didn't happen to him, right?
He's not a victim. He's not the witness.
Yes, he's an hearsay artist. He's like the Sean Puffy Combs of litigation. Yeah, he's just stapling shit. He's being a really bad boy. Okay, so with that being said, right, this applies both with federal rules of evidence and state rules of evidence. There must be a competent firsthand witness, a body, not just like a body of people, not the state, an actual corpus delicti, an actual injured party, or one that is a sentient being that can testify to these two eyes saw and these two ears heard that this will happen. That's the only way. There has to be a real person. I'm a real boy now, making the complaint and bringing evidence before the court. Corporations are paper and can't testify. Quote, manifestly, such statements, in brackets, which means that the word such statements weren't there, cannot be properly considered by us in the deposition of a case. That's United States versus Lavasco. That's from June 9th, 1977, 431 United States 783, 97 Supreme Court 2044. 52. It was lawyers. What again for L dot E dot, bro?
Lawyers edition.
Lawyers edition, right? Reports or something like that.
I gotta double check.
Indeed, 2D 752. Quote, under no possible view, however, of the findings, we are considering can they be held to constitute a compliance with the statute, since they merely embody conflicting statements of counsel concerning the facts as they suppose. So, man, that's a heavy word. You know what suppose means. That means to subject something under the force of going in a direction opposite of where it naturally goes, right? Suppose them to be, and their what?
It is lawyers edition Supreme Court reports, and then it has United States in parentheses. And when it says L.ed.2D, that's lawyers edition Supreme Court reports second series.
Okay, got you. Islam. Excellent, for the record, bro.
By the way, for anybody who's probably never seen me share this, let me just show this real quick. This is Bieber's Dictionary of Legal Abbreviations, third edition. But I'm sure any dictionary of legal abbreviations should be able to help you in your studies.
Bieber's Dictionary of Legal Abbreviations. All right, can you guys see that? I guess I would have to for a bit, even though you might have to stop your screen share too. Okay. Bieber's Dictionary. You gotta say something, bro.
All right. It says Bieber's Dictionary of Legal Abbreviations. Reading backwards here. Reference guide for attorneys, legal secretaries, paralegals, and law students. Right? Third edition by Mary Miles Prince.
Indeed.
Ready?
So again, right, under no possible view, however, of the findings we are considering, can they be held to constitute a compliance with the statute, since they merely embody conflicting statements of counsel concerning the facts as they suppose them to be, and their appreciation of the law which they deem applicable, there being therefore no attempt whatever to state the ultimate facts by a consideration of which we would be able to conclude whether or not the judgment was warranted. That's Gonzalez versus Bliss, right? And again, that was what, April 1st, 2012 or 1912, maybe. It might be 1912. 224, because this was 2000, right? So 1912, 224 United States, 126.56 Lawyers Edition, 693. That must be the first edition, I guess. I forgot what you said. Yeah, first volume, 693. 32 Supreme Court 463. Quote, no instruction was asked, but as we have said, the judge told the jury that they were to regard only the evidence admitted by him, not statements of counsel, end quote. Holt versus United States. Wow.
Man.
No affidavit. Shut the fuck up.
Most administrative so-called courts do everything based on hearsay, yo. They do, like, their whole shit is on hearsay.
Correct. And again, should nobody be having no freaking tickets? Nobody getting evicted in any way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? Because nah, you know what I mean? Like, where's the affidavit?
And then Like if I go to 20 apartment complexes and they all tell me that I need government ID, then something's going on. There's nowhere for regular people to live. Is there no place for regular everybody? You have to be an agent. I have to be an agent to have a home to even be securing.
I mean,
That doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Chi, in your situation, you know, with the fish and fisheries, right? The fish and wildlife beings, at the end of the day, they can't talk to you, especially if you don't, you don't have a fishing license. Well, thank you for admitting that. Can I get that in the statement? You do have one. That I don't have a fishing license, which means we're not a juice thing getting released. Go ahead, what'd you say, bro?
You know what I realized too? All right, so you know how, like I was saying the other day, well, yeah, if the license is expired, then that means I don't have a contract with you. What the fuck you talking to me for? So what I realize is they're putting in these alleged agreements or contracts or whatever, they're putting what's called renewal clauses in them. So you're deemed to be like, they always do it, bro. So like if you get a certificate for like, you know, doing hair or whatever under the state, they want you to renew that shit soon as it expires. Like there's going to be a renewal clause, or there's presumed to be some type of renewal clause, because again, if there's no renewal clause, once that shit expires, it's over. You shouldn't be talking to me about anything dealing with that. But if there is a renewal clause, they're gonna be like, oh, your shit is expired. You're supposed to renew your shit or update it. You signed a contract, some type of renewal. So show me a renewal clause. You know what I'm saying? And show me that the original agreement was conscionable. They can't do it.
Islam. I was thinking, bro, you can share what you want to share. What I can
It's gonna be quick.
Here is I can just copy this, right? Hit copy. You guys already know. Go to case text, though. I'm gonna leave you to look that up for yourself. Go to case text, right? To find Trinzi versus Pagliaro, right? What I'm going to do is send this in the link so you guys can finish that for your own homework. I'm going to stop the screen share there. And bro, you got it. And then we can close on out because I need to go take care of my baby.
All right, so real quick, I was going to show this portion of the statutes, the Nevada revised statutes. And I got the exact one we're going to pull up, which is two of them. So we're going to look at 265 and 270.
My apologies. I was copying and pasting real quick to my baby brother that vegan chicken and waffles recipe that Brother Corey had shared in it.
So this is under county property right here. And it says care and preservation of property. The boards of county commissioners shall have power and jurisdiction in their respective counties to make orders. Look at that. Orders. That's like court orders. To make orders respecting the property of the county. To make orders respecting the property of the county. And look at that. In conformity with any law of the state, and to take care and preserve such property, which is any property of the county. The next one says the control and management of gifts and of property, of management and gifts of property. The boards of county commissioners shall have power and jurisdiction in their respective counties, right, to control and manage the property, real and personal, belonging to the county.
Wow.
And to receive
the county, does your land conveyance belong to the county?
Otherwise, how are they making orders respecting the property that's not of the county? Because they have the jurisdiction and power in their respective counties to make orders.
Which means respecting means looking again.
Hmm?
So did you guys look?
Did you look again and make sure it's in the state?
Can you
I don't think you did.
My property.
They lose their mind. Like that cop, that one cop that was like, when I told him I'm not in the state. It's like, I was like, he's like, in the state of Nevada. I'm not in the state. He was, wait, what? No. I swear you can watch that video online right now. Who's like, wait, what? No. That shit was hilarious.
Because they can't move in the mind like we do.
Did you want to do real quick before we close out chapter 47 verse 9 again?
Yeah, I'll definitely bring that up. Let me share screen. Start broadcast there.
Close this phone out.
To the books real Quiznik, right? And go to here. Okay, let's bring him back up. Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. However, yes, those of you that are in the chat, all 20 of you that are still here, thank you all so much. We're going to go back to chapter 47, which is Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa, right? Where it speaks about old man Cush and his family. However, I want you guys to look at verse 9. So those of you, and you know I love you when I'm saying this, and I mean it. However, I know sometimes my love can seem, I guess, a little harsh. Like Malika said, you're so cruel. No, I'm not. I think it's whatever Malika said on Friday. I'm not cruel. I'm not harsh. I'm just like, I get why sometimes people don't see why I say what I say. But for those of you, and I love you, Moorish Americans, I'm telling you, I really do. However, please do yourself a favor and let those Negro black coloreds go. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go. Because according to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. And what your ancient foremothers and forefathers, what your ancient forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction. There is no one able to change man, change mind. There is no one who is able to change mind, because man is mind. From the descendant nature of his forefathers, unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. These policy enforcers, wildlife and fish people, they are not ones with power extending beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. So you Moorish Americans out there, I love you. Stop saying that these people are our people, because you're going against what Prophet Noble Drew Ali divinely prepared for us. And you're practicing hypocrisy because you feel a certain way about your loved ones. I do too. Oh, I love Mama. Mama, you know I love you. You know I love you. You know I love you, Mama. However, I'm gonna let the dead bury the dead. If my mama talk about she Negro black color, I'm gonna be like this with my mama. Mommy, I love. See that? I'm gonna throw the deuces. I'm trying to tell you. Make me wanna say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. I'm telling you. Say bye-bye to her. Deuces. That's what I'm doing. And I don't give a fuck how anybody feels about that. Why? Because according to all true and divine records, so I don't care how we feel about our loved ones, and you know how women, they didn't know, brother. What? So you came to be better than the prophet then? Speak up so we know who you are. They're not our people. Stop catering to them niggas. Pardon me, dirty Moors. Because they're dirty Moors when they're considering to be Negro, black, or colored. But no, you know, you're not in your Quran. You're in your feelings. Oh, in your feelings. Stop it. And honor your ancient foremothers and forefathers so that your days may be long upon the earth land. Because that's who have been here, and that's who you have returned to be. You're not Negro, black, colored. Those were slave names. And that shit stopped in 1865. And you guys are still subscribing to Negro, Black, colored, people of color, African American. You better stop it. Because you are outside. Remember we just talking about affidavits and records, right? What y'all think this Quran is? Y'all think that the Cycle 7 Holy Quran is not an affidavit? Who's rebutting it? You know, you are rebutting the affidavit that is your Quran when you say, people that don't know, think the Negro, Black, colored, they are people. How dare you? Remove your turban and or your fez, turn in your button, and go back into the state which the prophet found you. Because you're not bringing that up in this Moorish Divine and National Movement. You're not bringing that shit up in here. I don't care who you are. I respect no person nor station, just like nature. Questions, comments, and or suggestions? Questions, comments, and or suggestions? Islam, Moors, peace and love, says Antonio Bay. He says, I love you too, brother. Indeed, brother. Love you all. Melissa Hart says, gratitude to you, Brother Hasan, Brother Ara, and also Malika. Y'all are providing actual solutions. We definitely appreciate that. And Jadon says, fact, right? So, all I'm saying is, maybe, just maybe, do a 48-day devotional and read a chapter of your Quran a day. However, start at chapter 48 and then just keep going go backwards. So that by the time you get to chapter 47, you'll be reading this right here. That's highlighted. And you know you should read it with, especially if you're a brother. Oh, read it with your consort and have her read it with you. Matter of fact, when you get to chapter 47, you have her do the odd numbers and you do the evens, just so she can read number 9 and 11 on purpose. I'm serious. Comments, questions, suggestions, disagreements. Because this is an unrebutted affidavit. It clearly is. No one's rebutting this. No one can competently rebut it either, or competently rebut it. I dare you. There's way too much that I have even to back it up, and I'm just one brother. You think my other brothers ain't got something, man? Stop it. Stop it. You think our consorts ain't sharp? Stop it. Please stop it. Let those Negroes go. Like, seriously.
Get those niggas off me like, whoo.
Yeah, it cannot be Negro, Black, colored. However, guys, we are going to yield the floor. Guys, thank you for enjoying yourselves, all 22 of you that are here. Yeah, and devotional. I'm telling you, I've done it before and enjoy doing it when I do it. I do a devotional. Sometimes it will turn into 90. It'll turn into 96 days. That I would go 48 days one way and 48 days the other way. Right? However, I suggest do a 48-day devotional and read it from chapter 48 to chapter 1. So that you can maybe go ahead.
Pardon me. I mean, I believe that's something that the people should be able to do on their own. Absolutely, maybe with their loved ones, their consort or whatnot. But maybe we should actually, provide something like that. Maybe we should go through the 48 chapters, one a week or something like that. Or
I'm with that.
On a particular day. It doesn't have to be the days that we do AstroCivics Sunday or impromptu improv, so to speak. But because just to read one chapter, I mean, I guess we could stretch it. We could stretch a chapter to like an hour or something like that.
We'll do a series. We'll do a 48 video series called the devotional. We'll do a Quran devotional and we'll read one chapter every 7 days. We'll just have to pick that day that we want to do it. And I would love to get that on the record. I that's going to be fun, because then we get to analyze the chapter. And I'm pretty sure, as always, some astrology and civics is going to pop up, because we'll be able to see the principles that are there. Because remember, and don't forget, guys, don't forget, remember, just like here in the Clock of Destiny, book 2, within the introduction, never forget, therefore, the 150 million inhabitants of the U.S.A. constitute the Moorish nation. That's including the paleskins too. I know some of you like, I don't want it. No, it includes the paleskins. However, we also need to recognize where everybody's position is with this, pertaining to our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Because there's been a well-blending of cross-sexualization that's happened. So therefore, the 150 million inhabitants pertaining to the U.S.A. constitutes the Moorish nation of the North Gate, who must be redeemed and civilized by what? The Moorish universal scientific law of the 12 signs of the zodiac, before the world can enjoy peace. Now, you can sit here, have your beliefs and all those other things. I'm telling you, this is inescapable. It's like the beat nuts. No escaping this. And some of you are just like, no one's ready to deal with us. I'm trying to tell you, man. It is impossible for civilization and peace to be achieved by force of arms, violence, and war. Only civilized peoples have to rely on force and weapons of human destruction for their protection. Guys, you can sit here and avoid the zodiac all you want. Yeah, I don't agree with the Moor stuff. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying what the answer is. Despite your beliefs, this is the answer. Because that's where it all comes from. Just because somebody came along and fucked up the narrative and made being Moorish American seem like it's a piece of shit doesn't mean that's the truth. Remember what we just read? Somebody can't, if they can't do it themselves, they can't use their agency to try to do it. Oh, well, I can make Moorish Americans seem incredible, which means not believable. So let me try to find some groupings of beings and we all come together and make Moorish Americans seem like they're a piece of shit. No, this is ancient. It's just the reminder is fresh to you. It's making it, but it's never been fresh. This is something that has been labeled something that never needed a label, because nature doesn't need to be. It needs no doctrine. Remember, look, truth cannot be altered and therefore need no apology and neither doctrine. So fear ye not. What are you afraid of? You're afraid that we right? It's okay. It's okay. I know I'm right. They couldn't even do these unconscionable court practices without this. Because never forget. Please never forget. What I say? Never forget. Where's it at? Where is that? Hold on 1 second. And then I got to go. Is it the Zodiac Constitution? Yes, it is. Look at this. Isn't it Article 7? The end of Article 7. And Malika read it on Friday. The end of Article 7. Last paragraph, which is at the front of the book too. How Brother Taj set it up. If the lawmakers, and again, this is the Zodiac Constitution by C.M. Bey. It's just that Brother Taj had did like some preface commentary in the beginning. If the lawmakers of the 50 Union State Society of North America should attempt to ignore the Moorish American zodiac law and birthrights of this Constitution, it would be an act of supreme violation of their own Magna Carta Code. So that lets you know the supreme law on the whole entire planet is zodiac law. I don't care what anybody thinks, says, feels, believes, have a hunch about. Remember, my tassel isn't pinned down. So I haven't sworn an oath of death and taken butt shots for brotherhood and shit. Because I'm not a fucking clandestine faggot idiot. I don't give a fuck who gets mad about it. My daddy a Mason, so you're trying to say he's probably a clandestine faggot idiot. And he swore an oath of death to not reveal that to your dumb ass.
He took the booty oath.
The fuck?
Ooh-wee. Come
We
on,
not-
guys. This information is free. We're born free Master Masons and Eastern Stars without having to be what? Made over again?
At all. We don't need to, don't make me over. Don't make me over. Trying to tell you, man. It don't need to be done. What'd he say? Still here? Let's see. Wait, where he say that at? Right there. Right there. Let me grab this markup highlighter.
Mm-hmm.
Starting right there. The letter I corresponds. Go ahead, read it, bro.
Yes, the letter I corresponds with the golden number 9, which makes you and me the great I. First, supreme law. And third, 33rd, and 360 degrees, freeborn Master Masons and Eastern Stars, and therefore cannot be made over again. So not only,
God,
yeah, not only are you not supposed to be made over again, you cannot be made over again. So when they're telling you that you're making you into something, that's a lie.
So you're gonna let somebody use their agency to do to you what? Why are you volunteering for that shit?
My worshipful master said, what?
Your worshipful master will tell you better listen to them brothers on the internet. They dropping way more degrees than you'll ever get in these next 10 years.
Yeah, in the lodge, right.
Trying to tell you, I done had brothers that I know that are Masons. They like, listen, man, you'll fly right through them degrees in 2 weeks, man. Where you at with your knowledge? I don't want to. Thank you for the. I've been getting invited to Masonic lodges since I was 8 years old.
They want you to come teach. They want you to come teach.
There's been policy enforcers have offered me finances. Hey, we need to know that stuff you spitting, brother. I'm just at the bus station about to go meet Brother Taj and Mother Delilah near the Philadelphia Corporation, right? At Shaka Moxon. And this lady's like, here, take my number. Give me a call. We really need to get into that because my father's a Mason and I know you know whatever you know just from the conversation we had. I said, I only told you what I told you to just kind of let you know what things really are going on around you. Even though you're Fraternal Order of Police, right? You're FOP, even though you're a woman, right? Unless there's a sorority order of police that I'm not clear of. She's like, no, you're right. I'm like, I know I'm right. That's why astrology and civics is boss. That's why at the end of the day, again, start at publications.com. You're being a sincere Moorish American. That's where you need to start. Period. Right? Secondly, who is helping to further expand what's there? 7hillstar.com. And then if you are confident and competent like I and my brothers, because we did what we needed to do being Moorish American. Not everybody that goes to lawfulliving.com started out being Moorish American though. So that's why I'm speaking specifically to Moorish Americans right now. You want to get that third level, lawfulliving.com. Come to the Jurisprudence Gym every Tuesday and Thursday for Bible study. It's always fun for me. I don't care how much somebody say, don't speak for me, nigga. That's so funny. All I said was, no, you probably haven't used the documents that Malika's prepared. That's all I said. But I love all of you guys there. It's always funny to me. And I know I'm not a monkey because a nigger is a monkey. I'm not that. Even though I love bananas, I really do. I could probably give me one now after I'm done here. Anyway, any other questions, comments, and or suggestions you guys in the chat? Jadon says, again, another fact. They not my people. Open 642 says, gratitude, 7 Hill Star, hashtag 25. What'd you say? Brother Cheese says, dope. Jadon says, butt shots for brotherhood.
Oh.
It's funny when I didn't realize that's what I really said, but now I'm reading it like, wow, that's what it is. That's not brotherhood. That's sodomhood or homohood or some shit. Because I'm not with that shit. That's against the law of nature, man. So yeah, don't expect me to be LGBTQ supporter. I don't fuck all that shit. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. I'm just serious. ISIS shaking my head, says C. Thomas. Yeah, man, that's what ISIS really is. But yeah, they got you thinking that is some terrorist group when ISIS really equals woman, moon, and earth. These high degrees, right? Because remember, who's this book for again? Let's take it back to the cover. To the cover. Especially for initiated Masons and Eastern Stars, 3rd, 32nd, and 33rd degrees. So you telling me this in the Library of Congress, the Zodiac Constitution, Clock of Destiny, book 1 and book 2, this book 2 right here. And you telling me these people ain't learning what in they lodges and they're not. This is why my tassel and my brother's tassels aren't pinned down, because technically we run the planet. That's what that actually is saying and what that means. And I'm not being arrogant about that. We're just not, oh, let's stick our chest out there and say we run the planet. No, you know which first Earth we're running? This right here. This is the Earth that I'm running right here. Because, you know, as it is above, so it is below. So yeah, this is the Earth that I'm ruling right here. This one right here. Brother R is ruling his Earth over there. Brother Corey's ruling his Earth where he is. Brother Sean's ruling his Earth where he is. Brother Terrell's ruling his Earth where he is. And that's just how this goes. Flat out. Yep, Tuesdays and Thursdays are fun. He said, poor King. I think I read that right, Jadon. Jen V says, many thanks from my heart to all yours indeed. And Jadon's laughing. So guys, this is where we're going to yield. I'm going to say supreme honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Thank you all for joining us. What I'm going to do here is yield the floor and go with my baby. Any other questions, comments, and or suggestions? Mother Malika, Brother Ara, I am all ears. Guys, go to rvbaypublications.com. That's where you get your start. 7hillstar.com. Sign up for our email list. And for those of you that are going to take yourselves seriously, lawfulliving.com. And you guys know that every Tuesday and Thursday, it is a free Bible study on Malika's Zoom, right? Every Tuesday and Thursday at 12 noon Pacific, 2 post meridian Central. That's 1400 hours Central, and 1500 hours or 3 post meridian Eastern, right? 1500 hours Eastern. So that's when it's all taking place. Adjust your time zones accordingly. Those of you that are across the pond, like JM, then since they be in the classes, I'm pretty sure from the East Coast, that's like 4.5 hours ahead. So that's probably starting like 7:30-ish for at night for them out there across the pond near the United Kingdom. Thank you all also. Right. Indeed, C. Thomas, I see that also. Okay, so with that being said, no more questions, comments, and or suggestions. I'd like to thank Malika and Sunny and all of your loved ones that are there. What you about to say?
Awesome. Thank you guys. See you later.
Indeed. See you guys Wednesday and Thursday. And with that, on behalf of Brother Corey, Exalted Cyclops, Brother Terrell Tamari Bey, Brother Sean Aline L, Brother R. Muaba Bey, and myself, Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey, this is where we say to you all, namaste. 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 Islam, 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 y'all. Peace and love. Happy bunny day that lay eggs. No, I'm joking. Bunnies. Rabbits don't lay chicken eggs.